you right now because
Also,
because
the
of because
opposite.
of also the opposite. So
Mm-hmm.
several things.
Exactly.
You don't know what's on the table. You just know there is a something that is under the effect of a spell that you could dispel.
Yes.
The only other thing that you know is that the DM, who is both an asshole and benevolent all at the same
No.
time,
Well,
has
social
that. You can say no, but I'm literally giving you clues, so shut up. The other thing is
Benevolent asshole.
a benevolent asshole. That, you know what? Put that on my gravestone, please.
Yeah.
If I have one, benevolent asshole. That's perfect. The other thing that I have said to you is that in this map, in this arena that you're in right now, there are creatures with information that can help you. Now, whether or not those creatures want to help you, whether or not those creatures will help you, whether or not they actually have lots of information or minuscule information, you don't know. The only other thing I will say is that there are portions of this map that if you explore, per the way it's written, you may learn things about other places on the map. Now, so far, the only place that you have found that had random extra information was right here at the bottom of this tower. And it basically said, hey, do you want to buy weird pets? We make weird pets. Hey, do you want to have cool plants? We have cool plants. And I think there was one other thing that you guys learned, but it was a bunch of bullshit that really doesn't hold anything for anything. So there are potentially other places on this map that have more information. Just where you have gone thus far, you have not found that out. That is all I have for you.
And are you considering the tree ent as being one of those helpful entities? Because I would.
So as far as I'm concerned, the treant tried to murder you and then said you can have a stick because you got lucky. And no.
Okay.
Also, I really thought that Loki was going to handle that and just be like, no, I'm looking for a stick, and then roll, like a crazy charisma roll. And instead is like 1. And I'm like, I know he's going to get killed. But it worked out. It worked out.
All right, so we also know that thing that was invisible is like humanoid, and we know like the outline of it.
We also know that, I suspect that the people in this city are pretty fucking crazy already. And if they locked this thing up in an insane asylum, either this is the one normal dude, or he's really motherfucking crazy.
Right. This is.
I will
even
say
for
this.
D&D, we are rolling the dice.
Right. I will. You know what? So first of all, yes. Second of all, I think that the fact that you're saying this is an insane asylum is a leap. We know it's a prison, and we know what you looked in on was an infirmary, and the way we described it was it looked like a mental institute as far as visually understanding that. But to say it is an actual insane asylum, you don't know that. You're making an assumption.
Right.
Yes.
Totally.
That way, when you get close to this guy, he can just eat your face and die. That's cool. I mean, whatever you want. Whatever you want. It's cool. It's cool.
I volunteered Jux for that job.
Oh, God, Jux. Have you already... you want to come back as the... No, he wants to come back as the crazy guy.
Right,
It's fun. Oh, my God. All right.
Jux is already done.
Perfect intro.
The only... it just dawned on me, we don't have Mike with us. Let me... I'm just going to shoot Mike a quick message and say, Mike, are you joining us?
Well, I thought you wanted him to join us. Why are you shooting him?
It's the fence.
Try to view. I'm here all week.
There were a couple extra ones that popped in there.
I couldn't stop. It just started and I couldn't stop.
Right.
Oh. But that being said, I mean, the majority of the party is here. To be honest, I'm going to grab everybody. Do a little copy.
Do we want to take a vote as to whether or not we're waking up this guy? Do we want to roll for it? Do we want to majority or
Well,
minority rules.
I mean, we could vote,
And we don't even
see.
know. I don't even know that I can actually release him because this was like a level 7. We decided. This thing that's holding him was a level 7 spell, right?
Yeah, so it was
So I
a
would have
7th
to.
level spell.
Right. So I would have to roll.
Right.
Well, I
Or
mean, you
would
could
have
cast it
some sort of
normally.
thing.
Yeah, you could
that
cast it at the level of the spell and roll for the odds, but the higher the level you cast, the better the odds you could dispel it.
Oh, gotcha. Right. So if I were, I mean, it is a 3rd level spell. Dispel magic is a 3rd level spell.
Correct.
And so I guess I technically have more 4th level spell slots. But so if I cast it at 3rd level, I would have to roll a what
Hang
to
on.
be successful.
The spell explains it, but I think you
Oh,
roll
okay.
I'm
I'll
pulling it up.
on
I'm pulling it up right now.
The spell level, so you have to roll a 17.
DC
attack?
equals 10 plus the spell's level on a successful set. So it would be a 17. I would have to roll a 17.
Correct.
Yes. I don't know.
But for
would it
each
be a
level
spell
of
attack or
4th
something?
level or higher, make an ability check using your spell. When you cast a spell, use 4th level or higher automatically, and the effects of the spell or target spells of equal list. So if you were to cast it at 4th level, you would still have to do it. But if it had been a 4th level spell or lower,
Right, it would
you end it.
automatically.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
I just
So if I
just
cast
pulled
it
up
at 7th level, then it would automatically dispel.
If you had access to 7th level spells,
Right.
you could instantly end it. Yes.
Right. Okay.
So the other thing that I want to put out to you guys is, because I don't want to be annoying. I mean, I want to be annoying because I want to murder you, but I don't want to be annoying. Do you want me to continually interject with like Velin and Professor Scant, or do you want to just call on them, and when you call on them, that's when they'll interject? It's up to you.
I mean, interject when we're being stupid and you have some information, Balin, and you can aid us.
I just imagine Velin and this purple glowing orb go, "You are always stupid." So,
What fucking noobs.
Yeah. You know what? Why don't you shut the fuck up until we call on you then? All right. Well,
I gave you options. Excuse me. All right. So with that, and I did he respond? I don't know if he.
I haven't found Balin or Scant annoying at this point with any of their interjections, personally.
Who was getting mad? Somebody was getting mad last week because I kept calling people peons. Scant kept calling people peons.
I mean, your personality is annoying, but not your interjections.
Yeah. Scant started off great.
Thank
and then
you.
Just started getting bitchy.
All right.
Like when you turn into a fucking douchebag. Yeah, that's
Scant,
annoying.
Scant is literally a douchebag professor.
Yeah,
That
right,
like he's written as a douchebag professor.
Right.
So,
but you merely speaking isn't annoying. It's what you're saying.
Again, I'm just going to be like, thank you. I
You were
don't.
saying the opposite.
Yeah, I thought you were saying
you
the opposite.
merely speaking is
annoying.
Fucking the worst. It's just the worst. All right. So with that said, I did shoot him a message. He is online. I assume that maybe he's going to jump in. Maybe he fell asleep. Whatever the case is. Maybe I'll murder him tonight because with a treant. I don't know. You guys have gotten step 1 completed. You have the Netherese Oak wand, which was one of the steps. In fact, it is the first of the 8 steps that you need to recite or do in order to get into the main tower.
Getting it done.
That said, where do you guys want to go? Or actually, you know what? It's probably better if I give you some description of what you see around you. So let me
perception check. What am I seeing with that skull? Go ahead.
Roll. You know what? Roll your fucking perception check, and I'll tell you what you see. I highly doubt you remembered the skull, but go ahead and roll.
I'm a fucking wolf, man. I notice these things.
You're smelling the pee scents on the ground of other weird magical beasts from 1,000
years
ago.
I'm smelling it all.
Yeah, you don't see anything. You're fine.
All the things.
Yep, you smell all the things, and you don't know anything about the things. That's what you get.
Okay.
But good job.
I'm so confused. There's so many things.
There's so many things. I'm very confused. All right. So from where you guys there is this huge structure right in front of you right now. This colossal building with these lofty turrets that looks like it's in a state of terrible disrepair with rubble laying all around the bottom of it. There is a giant sized door that you can see from the no, I'm sorry. You guys saw when you were coming, you would have seen as you were coming up, that's on this side, that appears to stand ajar. Twice seven. Over here, right here where the purple circle is, you see a tower that is engraved with interlocking circles of stone. There is a different colored light, yellowish, that spills from its topmost window, and the faint sound of like coming from the tower, but only when you're near it. From where you are right now, you don't hear it, but maybe you heard it when you were closer. Right here, it looks, although it looks like something that should be like an arena in like Chris, what's the game? What's the football game that you like to play? Blood Bowl?
Oh,
Yeah. The outside of this building looks like it should be the outside of the arena for a Blood Bowl game. But anybody who has any arcane knowledge realizes that this looks like the fortifications outside of what might be a repository of information, like
a library?
maybe not a library, but like a repository of like magical knowledge. And then
A wizard's library?
uh, yes, a Wizbury or a Librizard. Yes. And then here, those hurt, by the way. Those did hurt to say. Right here, you're welcome.
It hurt to hear. So
You're right. Shut up. Right here, you so over here you see there is a thin tower. This almost looks like the worst tower, actually. But there is a thin tower etched with intricate, like, designs of hands and eyes, and there is a silver light that flickers through its windows, above which a large carved eye emanates and literally turns and blinks towards you periodically, and then it turns and blinks towards another way. Think of like a happy Sauron eye as opposed to like an eye that needs Chlorophyll. Yeah, that's what you see over there. And then lastly, I will tell you, over here, zip, there is, you can't see it from where you're at, but there appears to be like a purple glow that these mushroom looking lights emanate back, and there's like a weird like reverb coming from right about here that you can't really make out what it is until you get closer, but it's like the light is baffling or buffeting, that's the word I'm looking for, buffeting against something and creating an effect right about there. That's what I'm going to say that you see. And then obviously, you know that right here is where you were. Right here is where you were. And if anybody needs a revamp on anything, I'll give you an thing. But that's what you see. What would you like to do?
So
By a vowel?
I'm thinking we want to go this way since we're already over here. I was thinking
Vanna comes walking out and kills you.
But and maybe hit this one on the way. But I think while we're here, kind of go.
Well, Kevin, remember.
Over here,
remember the one with the check mark you've done already. You've already hit this one. Sorry.
All right. So
you've already done this.
All right. So I have a question about that then, because my understanding, and it sounds like I'm wrong, was that we had to go in there. We got some information. We got the wand thing for it, but I thought we had to go back to it to do something with the wand.
That's a good question. No, whatever. So what you've learned is that has to happen here, here, or maybe here. You're not sure, but you know definitely here to get into the central tower, you have to conduct a ritual that has 8 parts. And the first part was the part that involved using the piece of the nether oak, which was hold a wand crafted
Against
from the
shield.
nether oak over your heart. So
It was
So
something
you-
about shield, right? Was in the poem riddle thing.
hold on.
Well, there
I
is
thought-
a shield over
I
that.
swore you
that
had typed it out, and then I kept looking in the chat, and then it was just like, and he deleted it.
I swear I
Even
didn't
though
type
I
the word
don't-
shield, and if I did, I'm sorry. So
No. So what's the thing that we saw?
Fucking
in that
distraction
tower?
tactic.
Would you mind?
So literally what you read in the first tower, the Tower of Abjuration, which was right here, was it said hold a wand crafted from the nether oak over your heart. And then when you went to the top of the tower, that you were guided to here, to the arboretum where the nether oak was. You guys went there, you have the piece of nether oak, which means you can complete that first part, that first step, which is hold a wand crafted from the nether oak, aka the treant that you guys didn't fight, over your heart. And if whoever does that, you can do that. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'll say it again just in case, that Professor Scant explained as you guys first started this, that not every person in the party has to do the thing. It's just the group that wants to gain access needs to complete the 8 steps to get in. So if somebody has the nether oak wand and covers their heart, 1 step done. If the next thing is the next thing and you did it, that is still part of the group doing it. So it's
Yeah,
a
if
group
someone
activity
else does
too.
it.
Right. You just have
So,
to find out what those things are because you don't know yet.
Okay.
for clarification on that, if someone doesn't participate in any aspect of the ritual, they are still considered part of the group and can still gain entrance, or they cannot.
Well, you see, that is an excellent question. I
That's why I
believe
asked it.
that, first of all, shut up. Who are you, barbarian? Second, I
Make
believe
me eat
that
you.
each of you, he just takes it and pushes a glass globe in his mouth, and then you have to wait, I don't know, 4 to 6 days, and he poops it back out. Anyways, very painfully, by the way. But
No, but now he has all this knowledge, and so
It-
Jux can just tell us.
No, no,
Interesting
no.
journey
No,
about your
no.
intestines.
Professor Scant,
Osmosis.
sucked all of fucking Jux's knowledge out. So now Jux
Are you
is just
serious,
a
Super?
wasteland and fucking Scant's smarter. But anyways, Scant goes,
Can't
well,
for going through my colon.
if that's not a way to get knowledge, I don't know what is. But what I'm saying is, poop jokes aside, I believe that as long as a group is together, they might gain access. And the reason I believe this is that wizards of the Nether East persuasion often traveled with, what would you call them? Support or personnel that perhaps were not of the magic lineage, and as such, could not do the things necessary to gain access. So I believe that even though your ragtag group of ne'er-do-wells might not be perfect, they may be capable of doing this. Also, I'm a shimmering orb of knowledge. I could be wrong. Good luck.
So that made it seem like you needed to have magical ability to partake in the ritual. So if someone in our group doesn't have any magical ability, then they wouldn't be able to participate.
Professor Scant comes back out and goes, "No, you dipshit. Listen to what I'm saying." No, he does not say that. He does not say that. He says, "No, an interesting question. But what I believe is that several of these tests might actually be able to be tricked." And if a floating purple orb of knowledge could do air quotes, it would do air quotes and say, if someone is able to perform specifically what is asked of them, whether it's done magically or not, it doesn't matter. So
Okay.
as soon as you can learn what the 8 steps are in order to gain access to the tower, well, that could very well allow you in, as long as you can figure or decipher or find what those clues are. But as of yet, we have not found those. And Velen goes, I know. Why are you doing this? Just, can you give us anything more than this? No, but I'm trying to, shut up. And she pushes him back in her pocket.
How do you keep getting out of there?
How do you get out? You don't have free range. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So,
All right, so my thought is, since we're over here, we hit this one because it's, we're right there and it's out of the way.
Gonna check out that light that's kind of close to there too.
Sure.
think?
I think as we approach, we might want to take a look and see if that's
Sit
something
up,
worth
look.
heading over to, and maybe seeing beforehand, maybe seeing afterhand. I don't know that that's a thing, but
I-
here it
did-
is.
I'm just putting this out there because I don't know if I talked about this. Did I talk? I talked about this building, right?
That was the wizard library, wasn't it?
Yes. Okay, cool. You answered my
The
question.
library.
I described I described it, and as I was turning the page, it said library on my page, and I went, did I describe it as the library? And when Dolan's like the wizard library, I'm like, oh, yep, nope, I did exactly what it. Yep, I covered it.
Oh,
Okay,
we
cool.
called it a library, and you said no.
Right. You said no. You said it wasn't a library.
No. You asked
No,
if
it's
this
a
was a
Wizberry.
library, and I said it was not a library. This is a whiz library. Yes.
Whiz
Why is
all
there
over.
another check? Oh, because never mind. Hold on.
It's a
Let me-
librizzard.
Just
the
getting
li-
funky with those checks all over the place. Checking it off.
Well,
Check-
all of a
check
sudden,
it out.
because I drew a line around you guys, and all of a sudden I looked and I'm like, you guys haven't gone in that building. Why is there a check that? Oh, because I copied and pasted. Okay, all right.
Yeah, we checked out that street lamp. It's all good, guys. All good.
The mushroom lamp. Yeah,
Yeah.
you checked out the mushroom lamp. All right, cool. So yeah, so you check that out, and you guys are going to make your way over
Make your way.
here. Yeah, all right. Yeah, sure. Make your way over there. Go ahead. You can do that. Beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop, beep.
Oh, we've got a traveling theme song.
I'm perceiving.
Actually, I'm realizing that the
All right, cool. That's a good talk,
Tom's dead. Tom just died. I had turned on the Dark City with rotational, like repeating, and it didn't. But I like this sound effect for the city. So yes, you guys make your way over there. It takes a little time. The treant, does what he's gonna do as long as nobody casts fire or poops in the tree valley. You guys
You're
are
a
okay.
survivor.
Oh, I'm seeing a whole bunch of.
I didn't know if you wanted to roll
stuff.
survival perception. I'm just checking it out. as
Just
we're
roll
walking.
it. You're just rolling shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what? If I don't ask for it, those don't count. So don't worry about
Aw.
it. Just don't worry about it. I mean, listen, way to waste the 20. It's cool. Don't worry.
Wait, we can't save that for later?
Nope.
I
Nada.
said I am paying attention as we're walking there. That's what I said.
That's
So
fine. Listen, that's fine. What you see in front of you is a very skinny tower that
Damn.
rises up, gets a little bit bigger, almost looks like a talon or like a claw at the end. And at the very top, you'll see, actually, I'll draw a little line up to it so you can see it. You see that there's like this giant eyeball up at the top that's carved in the stone. But what's really disconcerting about that is that it kind of like shifts around. Like, like I said, like I said this before, like the Eye of Sauron. But it's not mad, doesn't need Claricel, it's not burning. It's just looking around, keeping an eye out, watching
does
stuff.
it look like it's made out of the same material as a stone? Like you said, it's
It-
carved. So does the
it-
eye itself look stone?
It literally looks like it is the stone itself just shifting and moving around. Like if you can think of like a tattoo that would move around on your body, that's what this carving looks like on the stone at the top of this tower. The other cool thing is that it also emanates cool silver light.
How far does that light emanate?
So the light
To the
itself,
ground?
no.
or-
Well, the light itself seems to emanate from the tower, maybe
Mhm.
like 5 or 10 feet from the top, maybe a little bit Oh my god.
Minute,
I'm sorry, everybody. I just can't speak
Are we
to
gonna
that.
have to get in contact with
I've
Sarah
turned
to
into a
bring you to the
goblin.
hospital?
You know what, everybody? I am a goblin, and for the rest of the night, laser weapons. Anyway, so
Speaking infernal, someone call an ambulance.
no,
Stop's
it's
having a
not. It's
stroke.
not infernal. I'm goblin. Stop.
Think fast.
Don't summon
right?
anything. Don't summon anything. What I'm thinking too fast, actually. Thanks, Kevin. What you see is at the top is almost like when you're driving down the road and you're driving by like a lamplight that's on the highway. You know how it kind of casts that illumination that the closer you get, it kind of expands, and then as you see it in the rearview mirror, and that flash is gone, it starts to rescind, even though it's casting the same sort of level. The closer you get, it seems to expand more, but it's not blinding, it's not glaring, it just is this weird cast of silvery light that emanates around. Um, and against the quietness or the quietude of this place, it's weird. Also, there is I just want to say this again, there is this strange, like, hazy atmosphere of this place that when you were traveling through the caves of hunger and when you were traveling into the city, you hadn't really perceived or picked up on, but as soon as you were here, you had noticed it and you have been told about it. And you noticed that, like, even beyond what you had witnessed with, like, the sort of air pockets or cloud pockets that were in the arboretum here, there is this I think the best word is malaise around this place. It doesn't affect your vision, it doesn't affect your perception. It just, there's sort of like a stagnancy to how you're perceiving this place and how it feels. It hangs heavy. It's almost like if you're walking, if you go outside for a walk on a day where it's really humid, or there's like a low fog, like the fog clings to you, and after a while it starts to, like, soak into you, like your clothes aren't wet yet, but like if you were to stay here forever you would be saturated, kind of thing. um but as you get closer, you notice first of all, you notice that there is anybody with the ability to sense magic. I'm not going to make you make a check. You sense that there is an arcane aura that comes off of this, and if anybody wants to make a check, you can make a check.
I
A
just thought
very
you weren't gonna make us make a check.
An arcane check? An arcane?
He
So-
didn't specify,
knowledge?
so I'm gonna make an athletics check.
so three
I'm making a
things.
survival check.
Three things. One, shut up.
That's my
Two,
best.
two. Yes, you feel there is some sort of
Insight?
arcane like power here. Three, make a check to know what that arcane power is.
All right, so I'm gonna make an athletics check to know what that arcane power is.
I'm making a survival
Well,
check.
you know what?
To
You know,
that arcane
wait.
power
Wait. Harvest already hit it. Oh my god, everyone's roll. Oh my god, just stop.
No, not
So-
everyone.
No, I'm literally looking at Harvest. I'm like, at a
Right,
12, you've got it with Arcana, which is what I did. Anyways,
Not
So-
everyone is rolling though.
I'm also a big fan of rolling Arcana.
Nice.
Stop it, Jesus Christ! So I'm also a big fan of rolling Arcana checks instead of detect magic. You know what? You guys are all fired. You're all fired. Anyways, so
Yeah,
What-
it's tap dancing our way through.
what tap, dodge, whatever. Anyways, so what you realize is this tower is emanating an aura of divination magic. Jux, you feel like somebody's reaching into your soul and you don't want to go here. Ziada, you feel like you should reveal deep, dark secrets, like maybe that thing that you did when you were 12 years old that the werebear didn't know about. You should tell the group about right now. And then Loki with a 14. Well, maybe you want to talk about what you need as far as a father, if you have in fact fathered a child.
I get
Or-
out of religion.
Or don't fucking roll your rolls when you don't have to. Anyways, so as you guys get
So how does a
closer to this
performance
building,
get you a truth telling?
I feel the need to be me. Anyways, as you get closer, you realize that there are like large gashes in the roof, um, that may in fact have been created by like icicles or like ice shards falling down from the roof of like the enormous cavern that you're in. Like it forces you to look up and realize that you guys are in a glacier. Not like, oh look, we like climbed down and we're good. Like there may literally be miles of ice above you, and that's what's hanging over this city. Um, I've had the experience in my life to be um to travel through caves and come into caverns like this where the person that was the sort of leader or the spelunking guide or whatever was like everybody should recognize the fact that there is so much like per square foot tonnage above us that if anything breaks no one would ever hear from us again. Like we would just be squished. And there is this realization for those of you who have rolled your checks that that is the case. That like if for whatever reason the ice that holds itself here were to break, this entire thing would turn to rubble and dust, and you would be part of that, which is also something that makes your presence here that much more awesome because this is a thing that has existed here beyond the scope of like, you know, the normal person's reality for so long, and yet here it is, and you're walking on the streets of what was a floating city. And so this is very impressive. And as you close in, the silver light continues to emanate from what you soon seem to recognize as this glass orb situated atop a cylindrical stone plinth in the center of all of these things. Like basically, the light continues to like emanate from this tower, and if you would like to go into it you can. I just want to double check something to see if I have.
Just for a point of clarification, I don't know if I'm being retarded right now, and I apologize if I am, but this light is preventing the thousands of meters of ice from falling
No,
in.
no, absolutely not. What this light is doing is bringing to your attention those of you who have made sufficient like perception checks, the reality of where you're at.
Okay. You've just now realized that we're under a
Like,
thousand meters of ice.
well, I think that you guys have realized that you're traveling through ice, but also think about like what has brought you to this point, right? Like, you guys went and stole a spell from a god. You guys escaped through a whale, reemerged, raced across the tundra, came to where a frozen waterfall for however long has been. Ziada's mom appeared, battled her to the death, which maybe thanks to some battle prowess on Ziada's part, maybe also part of just the chaotic and intrinsical nature of Loki. Things worked out. You opened the passage as one of the acolytes of Oral herself appeared, and you went into these caverns of ice. Behind you, Valen did something, whether it was an arcane or some sort of like alchemical reaction, and collapsed the cage, or collapsed the tunnel behind you. You guys explored tunnels of undeath and what, ice and fire dragons to get here. You guys are potentially hundreds, if not thousands, if not maybe even a mile below the surface of the ice. you guys had a flashback as you entered here where there was a scene where this city was going down that fluctuated to a scene where something beatific was happening.
Something what?
Beatific, as
Okay.
in like deities
Deity.
talking to each others.
Yep.
Others. That's the term.
Deific. Is that a
Talking
real?
to each other. You talk to each other.
I don't know. Tom
Anyways,
throws out some different things, and it's like, I don't know if that's just a word I don't know, or if that's a word that no
Fantastic.
one knows.
you're welcome. Listen, here, wait. I want to say this right now. I make it a point to never throw out a word that I haven't researched unless I'm drunk, because
So, did your
drinking?
2 adult drinks get you there?
nope,
Because I know
beatific is a real word, so you can look it up
not
if you
that
want.
word.
No.
There was another word earlier that you threw out, and it's just like,
So far tonight,
Okay.
all words are legit. All words are legit.
okay, I'm gonna go back.
Even when
and
you were
watch the
describing the
beginning.
library,
Even when I was describing
those seem
library.
like you pulled those out of your ass.
Well, I do have a lot of like library ass or ass library words, but yes, I worked in
Yeah,
library. so I
combining
know.
wizard and library, I don't think is a real word.
You know what? Everybody line up. Slaps to the face. Going down the line.
So glad we
Anyways,
play virtually now.
anyways, you guys approach the thin talon or claw-like tower, and should you look through the doors, that is what you see, is that in the center of this tower, silver light emanates from a 3-foot diameter glass orb situated atop a 2-foot high cylindrical stone plinth in the center of a 30-foot diameter rubble strewn circular chamber. Circle. There is a pillar in the center, 2 foot tall. Top of it, here is the silvery glowing orb. Inside this chamber, as you get closer, you notice that eyeballs drift inside like fish in a bowl. Some seem to have cataracts, as they are grayed or silvery that cover their pupils and irises, while others are bloodshed, and in some cases pus-filled.
Ew. Do they
But as
remind me of the eye that I was navigating through the tunnels, or no?
No.
Okay.
As more of you approach and come to like the doors or the windows that are around the base of this, all of these cataracts, perfectly filled or pus-filled orbs turn and gaze at you.
Ken, are these relatives of yours?
So they can see us without even being able to see.
It is at this point that I would like
Initiative.
no. I would like a perception
Performance
check.
checks.
I would
Mhm.
like a perception check, but I would also like
Hey.
a religion check if you have it. I see Harvest, Ziada, Jux, Ziada, Harvest.
I got 20 perception, 12 religion.
Mm-hmm.
Got 15 perception, 8 religion.
All right. So with that, the first thing that you notice as you guys are looking through your various like vantage points is that there is no stairs that lead up in this tower. It just leads straight up. It is literally a tube that leads to the top, and that nowhere, except maybe Ziada starts to notice that where there should have been scrawlings or script, it's missing. So to where you were in the Tower of Abjuration and you saw words that led you towards the Arboretum to know what you need to do, this is gone. However, with your religion check, you recall that a crystal ball, this is Ziada, a crystal ball filled with eyes is a symbol of the god of divination, Savras. And that the stone plinth upon which the orb in the center of this dais rests, well, maybe there's more there.
Do I know? I don't know if you said this. What the Savras is the god of?
Savras is the god of divination.
Divination, right? Okay.
Savras, Savras.
Okay. Oh, and this is just a divination tower. Okay, got it. Easy. All right, so what do we got? We've got what was this one? Those was that abjuration?
You guys started with abjuration, and then that one, the next one was that you skipped was. Hold on, I gotta go back. Wrong page. Was the
Conjuration.
conjuration, abjuration,
Okay.
conjuration, then you divination.
Okay. I'm just starting to throw these out as they kind of come to my mind. All right, so this one's transmutation. This one is just gonna throw them out. I'll nail it. Okay, so
Wait. What was everyone's perception check?
I got a
15.
20.
15, 20.
6.
All right, I'm gonna give both Harvest and Ziada this. Around the plinth in the center dais are written words in a language that neither of you know. But
Fucking draconic.
I was just going to say it's a language you probably have started to
Yeah.
kind of understand, or
We
not
don't
understand, but you
understand, but we
recognize.
recognize that it's just like, hey, there's that fucking one. Hey, Valen.
And you
look,
hear from
Valen,
behind you,
look.
oh, would you like me to translate for you? Just bring me up to it and I'll tell you what it means.
All right, and then if I can, I'll just grab Scant from the pocket and just fucking throw him over.
I just love to imagine, like if you can imagine Wolverine, like X-Men style, like any like Wolverine, just like the frustrated like parental other unit, like
All
that's
right,
what I'm
bub.
thinking Valen is with Scant, so that like you're just like, we need Scant to go in there, and she's just like and just hands him to you, and you just go in there. And so if you who walks in, who goes into this place? I mean, there's a bunch of floating eyeballs, so what do you do?
Oh, I thought we were able to walk in. I thought we were unable to walk in. I thought there was like we had to go floating
wait,
up.
well,
Stairs
wait,
that
wait,
go
whoa,
lead
time
up,
out.
right?
So what you know right now is there is a tower with a bunch of eyeballs floating in them, some of them pus filled, some of them nice, some of them very weary worn and bloodshot. There is a plinth in the center with this glowing ball, and you guys are all looking in from the outside. If you want to go in and see what happens, go ahead.
I'll do it.
If one of you
Wait.
wants to go in, do what you want.
Because I definitely have a I have an action that I wouldn't mind doing. How big is this central circular little area that all of these eyeballs are floating in?
Sorry.
What's the circumference? Sorry.
So the tower is probably, I'm going to say, let's do this. About 30 foot across, maybe? Yeah. So 30 foot across?
Okay.
Okay, now we know the diameter, but what is the circumference? So pi r squared.
Do the math. So 15.
R squared.
Yep.
15 squared. And anyway, so what's
Okay.
your action, little
Um,
fire wolf?
Yeah. So I have a jet of fire in a 15-foot cone. So I can just sort of stand in the doorway if I feel like these eyeballs are aggressive or aggressing towards me. I can just set off my fire cone, and then everybody can come in right after me.
You eyeballing
So
me,
so do you walk? Okay, wait. So do you walk in first?
I will walk to the doorway.
All right. You guys are all at the doorway right now.
Okay. Then I will step in.
All right. You step in. And
Are they
none
coming
of
towards me? Are they trying to shoot me with eyeball daggers?
they oh God, why didn't I think of that? No. So they literally feel like, or you literally feel like you've stepped inside an aquarium. Not that you like have to hold your breath or whatever, but that like just these entities are floating around you as they get closer, just like fish in a fish tank. They kind of intrinsically know that there are an entity they're about to bump into, even if like their eyes only see sideways, so they like drift apart. So these gross pus-filled ones, these like red and yellow streaked bloodshot ones, these ones that look like they're perfect just eyes, just keep moving around you as you step in. And
Okay.
in the center of all of this is this plinth with this like orb.
So I'm going to keep walking towards the orb, and I'm going to be doing it slowly, with anticipation that they are going to be.
Stop. Did you bring Scant with you, or did somebody else take Scant?
I don't have Scant with me.
Okay,
No,
so yeah, go by all means.
Is Valen willing to walk in? I guess would be the question. If
So
not,
I had
would
said
be
Valen,
following.
classic Wolverine style, goes "Arr!" and hands
Oh yeah.
Scant to
Well,
whoever.
I was only joking, as in I was taking it and throwing Scant to the middle. But if Scant is not Scant, if Valen isn't really looking forward to kind of going in just yet,
Valen
then
has
I would
zero need to walk into the floating eyeballs.
All right. Well, I guess I've got Scant, and I'm following behind this.
Yeah, just stay behind me.
This firewolf.
Mm-hmm. Anything? I'm ready to trigger my fire breath if I feel like they are aggressing towards us.
So as you guys move into the building, all of the floating eyeballs, and again, it's not like you know when you see like a school of fish and it's so thick that you can't see through it. It's not like that. There's eyeballs everywhere in here, but they're not so thick that like you can't see your way forward. So you move your way through the entryway and go in. People behind you watch you move in, and they can see you moving your way towards the center, which is only somewhat like 15, 18 feet to the center of this. And there is this plinth, like this cylindrical dais that rises up in the center, and at the top of it is this glowing ball. And as you get closer and closer to it, Professor Scant calls out and he goes, "Oh, yes. Well, perhaps what we should know is what the plinth itself says. And from what I can decipher, it seems to say, 'Ask, and we shall find.'"
Ask.
The wolf goes, "Oh, woo, woo, woo."
Well,
Gantz goes, "Shut up, dog. You don't know what you're talking about."
I piss on it.
He's floating. He's
All right.
floating either in his hand or not. So
all
anyway,
right. I let it go. And all right. Yeah. Scant rolls away. All right. So, seeing as how this is divination, I assume that it's, the question would be asking something that, that's kind of why it's saying this. So,
Professor Scant would say further. He goes, I believe what might be required is that someone touches the orb before you ask. So before you just shout it out there and nothing happens and the eyes keep doing their eyeball fish tank thing, someone may need to put their hand on it to ask a question.
Again, I'll do it.
Jux is, going for it. All right. If you wanna run in and do that.
If you have a question that you need me to ask, sure.
We have to find information,
I mean, my
clues,
I don't know. My
entrance,
thought was,
admittance.
what? Yeah, like what does this thing have to do for any sort of
Well,
sort of
so
clues
you know
for
what?
this
You know
one?
what? The three people who are wait, the three people who are doing this right now, roll me an intelligence check, please.
Six. Got him.
Nope. Harvest. You realize that the words that should have been engraved on this tower as you came in are not there. So, a question you could ask eyes that know everything is, what was written on this tower? Now, again, you could ask other questions if you want, but
Wait,
this-
would they? What did they say when we came in? Ask and we will find.
it says, I apologize. I have to shift back for a sec.
That's okay.
It says, ask and we shall find. Yes. However, the reason I bring that up is you realize that in order to get into the central tower, you need to find the answers for each tower. And as you came in and explored Y11, which is this tower, there were no markings as if they had been erased. So this might be a way to get that information.
Okay. So I asked that with my mind.
Hold on. Juck said he was asking. Now you're
Oh, okay.
asking?
Oh, no, that's fine.
I mean, it's up to you. Listen, anybody can ask.
No, Jux can talk.
What you know
go for it.
from Professor Scant is you have to
Bobby
step
Orb.
up and put your hand on Bobby Orb. Thank you, Kevin. I love
Oh, got you.
this. And
The hand on the
ask the
orb.
question.
Gotcha.
Who
No, yeah,
is
let Jux
going
do it.
to ask the question?
Jesus, Jux is. It's so intense.
Jesus Christ! I mean, come on.
All right, that one was good.
You're welcome.
Don't let it go to your head, you bitch.
It's too far. It's too late. It's already there. All right. So, Jux, you're going to step up and put your hand on and ask the question about the riddle.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I am. Fully expecting that somebody's going to bite my hand off.
Yeah, you
All
lose
right.
your hand.
So, Jux, as you come up and you put your hand
Got the other one for Eldritch
on
Blast.
this, and these eyeballs swirl around you, you see an image in like your mind's eye that sort of swirls you back in time. Like the tower like starts to like revivify and the stone looks better or more finite or more intricately laid. And then all of a sudden there's workmen inside the tower. People that look like people, maybe tribesmen, maybe not, but different clothing, different wear, and they're working. And then there's people carving things into the stone. And as it happens, you see, and although they're carving in a language that you don't understand, your question is answered, and that you see carved into where it has now been sort of evaporated by the effigy of time, is a sentence that says, "Summon a flame in your palm." And as you realize that, and it burns itself into you, and you recognize that the answer to your question about what was written in this tower, as far as entrance to the main tower, is summon a flame in your palm, this pain starts to radiate you from your hand. It starts to like pulsate like that, like a pain, like when you put cold on a burn and it doesn't work and it's pulsating up your hand and you can't pull your hand away. And as that happens, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
+3. That's not great. Wow. Loki.
And as that happens, the pain radiates. It like almost pulsates, almost like a like.
Hold on.
That's
That's a good roll. That's a good roll.
Right.
Reroll that.
that's a good number to roll.
It's a good thing you got a person who does this.
Oh, dude, there have been so many ones. But don't make it another one.
There we
Holy
go.
shit!
There we go.
All right.
What a swing.
All right. So the pain begins, like the pain courses up all the way to your elbow, comes up to your shoulder, and starts to creep up your neck into your face. And then for some reason, you see the halfling point to you and shake his head. And the pain, as it starts to move its way up into your jaw and work its way up into one of your eyes, it starts to dissipate, and then it goes away, and you realize you can take your hand off of the orb. There's no burns, there's no anything, and that you're fine. And you know what this tower says.
What does it say?
I literally fucking said it. Come on, really?
Woof, woof, woof.
So can I just say, tell the wolf to sit and give me his paw?
So summon a flame in your palm is what the tower said formerly, which is
Well,
the answer to that.
it's a fire wolf.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
I give you my
that's fine.
paw.
Well, you know what? Here's
If I sit
what.
there, go, good doggy, shake, shake. I now have flame in my hand.
I'm not the intelligence of a dog.
All right,
So
wait,
you don't have to talk to me like a dog.
hold on a sec. So, just to repeat, because we said this at the start of this, in order to get in, Professor Scant explained that it doesn't always have to be arcane. So, if you have a flame wolf, and that flame wolf puts its paw in your hand,
That
and that
works.
creates a flame, it might cause some damage to you, but it may provide the necessary box to be ticked to get into the tower.
That's why I suggested it. Hello.
Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that if you're doing it right now, you're probably just going to take damage in your hand. So if you want to do that, you can. I'm trying to be nice and say don't take damage if you don't have to. That's all.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything on my Flame Wolf page that by touching me you take.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But as the
damage.
DM, it does like 30 d8 damage. It's fine. Don't worry.
Nice.
Anyways.
Now we're gonna have you run around.
Good to
and
know.
touch everything
Exactly.
as a flame wolf.
Yeah,
Gonna
but it's
fucking
only
give
against
us.
PCs.
Because
Only
that's
against
how
PCs.
things work, Tom.
Fucking
bitch.
belly rub.
Yeah, belly rubs equal weird. So okay.
Oh,
but
that I'll give you. Belly
but
rubs
that being
might
said,
equal weird.
all right.
Well,
but that
I am
being
still
said,
oh, this does feel good though.
this does. All right, maybe we're gonna do this now. All right. So that being said, you guys also notice
into
that when
elf
you're
form.
there. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna boop and boop and boop. Oh no! Oh shit! No, freehand. Come on. Freehand. All right. Yes, freehand. Yes, freehand. And this, and this, and this. Okay. But what you also notice right here as you guys are dealing with this is that the area over here is this huge pit that just opens up into the ground. And with that, I have to call a quick timeout, and I will be right back.
Ladder the size of a walnut.
And he's not even drinking adult stuff. He's just having juice boxes. Divination. What was the first one? Abjuration?
Yeah.
Alright, so what else do we got? We've got transmutation,
Conjuration.
conjuration.
Evocation. Did we already say that one?
Nope.
Evocation, conjuration, divination, abjuration. What did we already say?
No, we've just said like the same 3 or 4.
Necromancy,
Is
illusion.
necromancy one?
Yes.
Okay, so those
Yeah.
are, okay.
Necromancy, illusion,
Is
enchantment,
transmutation?
transmutation. Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's all of them then.
Yeah.
Enchantment. That's what it was.
I'm kind of disappointed that they're not all, end with ushin,
Yeah.
necromancy-ishin.
That's what was throwing us off about necromancy and
Right. Even illusion, it's like a little bit, but I mean, not really.
you're on this council. We do not grant you the rank.
Illusion, have a seat.
Actually,
Why don't you have a seat right there, Illusion?
sit right there, Illusion. You guys
I don't
also,
think I
I
want to.
will
Why don't you have
also
a seat?
say,
God damn it.
because
Over
it's
there.
only fair. So you see that there's this giant hole right here that light reflecting or refracting thing was happening. Excuse me. And then right here, this actually whole area looks like some kind of marketplace, like a bazaar out of like Aladdin kind of thing.
Let's go shopping.
What do you guys want to do? Do you guys actually want to know what would have happened if you failed that? Actually, does anybody else want to ask a question of the glowing ball? I mean, you can if you want.
Not anymore.
If you aim to give us a shot, we'll riddle you. What am I?
Doesn't mean I have to answer it correctly. I can just answer it.
Follow-up question, what can you most can't the least? Boom.
I mean, listen, if you want to set yourself up with a plus minus scenario against the DM, ask away. I'll see what I can do for you.
Is it helicopter? And what
Is
I
it
can't most the least
helicopter?
is to do always a good job and not.
Okay,
So
good answer.
Good
for
answer.
those of you who don't know, divination, even for the most
I am
extremely
a divination
trained.
wizard.
Oh, I'm
Right.
saying divination, even for the mostly extremely trained, doesn't necessitate an answer that gives definitives, or even an answer that gives a positive or negative.
So it's like talking to you on a regular basis.
100%. It's like talking to me all the time. Bam, 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 bam. You don't know.
Isn't it definitive though? Because isn't
Yeah.
it like the truth? Like,
So I like the idea of a wheel or woe or we answer, which is maybe I tell you that path leads to ruin. Maybe I tell you that path leads to success. Or maybe it leads to we in the middle.
I say we take the D in the middle
Well,
because
wait, let me put it
sounds
this
good
way:
right about now.
if the question is, if I jump off the edge of Yithrin, what happens to me? The answer will probably be, whoa, not good.
Whee!
If the question is, if I go back and forget about all of this and somehow appease Oral and then just sell food out of my tavern in Lonelywood, will I have a successful life? Yes, maybe. If the question is, can we defeat Oral where we are
Yes,
right
that
now?
one.
If the question is, can we defeat Oral from where we are right now? The answer is, we. Yeah, no, that's weird. So,
So in other words, you don't know.
oh no, no,
Oh,
I
no.
know what will happen when things happen. So, but as far as will everyone survive, I have not sat down and rolled people's dice to figure that out. So, I don't know.
I see. So that's only future things, but we can ask it something about the past, and then it's definitive, right?
You can ask something about the past unless it's uh you know what? Yes, ask a question about the past. I will say this, that unless the past is transient because of other people's modalities, then yes and no.
Is my mother living or dead?
Wait, well, you know what? First of all,
I would like to tell
First of
the
all,
orb that my mother is dead,
wait,
and I killed
everyone,
her.
everyone, take a deep breath for a sec, just for a moment. I'm
I'll
gonna
take a
put
deep
this
breath
out
and
there.
then
Wait,
yell it at the orb.
I'm gonna put this out there one more point before everybody gets crazy pants. Jux, fucking Red Lantern asshat he is, walked up and slapped his hand down and said, "Blibbity blobbity blue, what do you think about blue?" And then had to roll a con save. And the only reason nothing bad happened is thanks to Loki.
Yeah, you
Okay.
say that like a bad thing.
Is anybody else going to step up and slap their hand down and do that, knowing that either Loki has limited responses
I will.
or.
I'll put my
Okay.
paw on it and I'm going to think or say in wolf, is my mother living or dead?
So, are you. All right. So you walk into this tower. You're surrounded again, this like weird globular fish tank where there's eyeballs of both ones that make you want to go and ones that make you go, oh, those don't look so bad. And you put your paw up, which makes you kind of like you have to crawl up a little bit because you're a wolf, but you're big enough, and you put your paw on it. Are you happy with that save?
If you're happy and you know it, clap
I
your
mean,
hands.
I would love it to be higher, but what does it matter if I'm happy with it or not?
All right,
Well, I'll
then
tell you.
you get to re-roll it then.
Do
Oh,
I?
no. Does
Are you
somebody
giving me
no,
advantage?
does somebody help you re-roll it?
So
I mean, I don't have
it's
any.
a 14.
Does somebody help you
It's
re-roll it?
no, it's an 11.
It's a 14.
I'm gonna say one last time, and then I'm gonna tell you what happens. Does somebody help you re-roll it?
It's a 14.
And it's a 14
Oh, that's right, because it's
you're
plus
in
3
the area of
from
Ziada.
Ziada.
So what you see with regards to your mother,
But
do you want to do this in front of everybody, or do you want to do this privately?
No, in front is fine.
So what you see from your mother is that your mother meets a person. That person is human, and you can tell as these images fly by you that this is it doesn't appear to be now. It appears to be a time frame outside of now. Like that you can tell by like the fashions or the way that people wear their hair or the style of like the boots that people wear, etc. But that your mother meets a person and that that they grow intimate. And as you kind of see this in this kind of whirling spherical alteration of what the world is, you see as it starts to go faster and faster that there are forces, there are family ties, there are responsibilities of the nature of like leadership that start to pull these two people apart. And as they part, that there is a sadness from both of them. It's not something that either of them want, but it's something that's being forced upon them. And as they part, your mother seems to grow deeper and deeper into sort of recluse and shadow. And there is a darkness in this swirlingness that goes around and around and around and around and around. And then the next thing that you kind of become aware of is that your mother has someone next to them, and that person is you. And it is you with your mother, and you know the story that you see unfolding before you with both its highs and its lows and some of the sort of like devastating arcs that happen with it. You see the separation, you see your mother, and then you see that essence start to fade and it disappears. It's not there anymore. But as you're watching this, and as this sense of remorse and maybe even anger starts to grow in you, you see from like in this bubble that you're watching this like pulse and this growing force starts to like it starts to close in, and all of a sudden we cut back to the scene where you are slain and this essence flows into you and reconnects you and brings you back in the chamber of the Frostmaiden, and you spring back to life like exhausted but still alive after seeing what you saw in that moment. And you see the pulsation of that power dwindle and start to fade, as if whatever power it has starts to lessen and go away. And as that happens, there is one of the eyeballs in the room like baffets against the back of your head, and there is this stinging pain, like this shock of reality that comes through you as all of a sudden you have to clutch your right eye. And as you put your paws as a wolf form forward, you suddenly realize that there is a void where once you could see. And as you take your paws away and howl, and the blood drips down the side of your nose towards the side of your mouth, you have lost an eye permanently.
Permanently. Permanently.
There's some shit that goes along with that. We'll talk about it later.
It's a good thing this form is temporary.
Oh no,
Right. He said permanently.
permanently.
I know. I was trying to come up with something that was different because this form will change.
Yeah.
You also, I would like you to roll 3d6. So you've taken 13 points of what is it, piercing damage as well. But that probably goes against your wolf form as opposed to
It
you.
does.
However, you see on the floor in front of you what looks like an eyeball laying there. And it seems to burn with the same coloration that your wolf does.
My eyeball? Is it my eyeball?
I don't know. Have you ever seen your eyeball before?
Yeah, I would know what my eyeball looks like.
Would anybody know what their eyeball looks like? I mean, there's
Yeah.
an eyeball on the floor.
No one's never seen a
It's-
mirror.
I'm gonna take it and put it right back into my eyeball.
It will not re-enter your eyeball. However,
I ate it.
I do need an acrobatics check to try to grab it.
Wow, someone hasn't been watching Naruto.
That would be me.
With a 17, you're able to sort of put your paw on it. You realize, you, Harvest, that if you were to come back and to hold this eye, that if you were to hold this eye, even though it's not in your head, it would grant you 30 feet of true seeing.
Okay.
You should put that in the hilt of a sword.
If you let the wolf let it go before you transfer back, or you transfer into something else, you know innately that it will go away.
So I know that essentially I need to transfer back to my form, my natural form, and hold this eye to be able to make use of it.
You know that the wolf will not be able to hold on to it. Yes.
All right.
You also know that true seeing might grant you further vision into a number of things.
Right. All right. So I will do that. I'll transfer back into my form and grab the eye.
Okay. And with that, you have now been granted, as long as you hold it in your hand. As soon as you do not have the ability and it goes away. But if you hold it in your hand,
Oh, it goes away. Like once I'm not holding it, like I can't like put it in my pocket and then take it out when I want it.
correct.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
However, true seeing means that if there is an invisible foe, if there is something like in the ethereal plane, etc., you have a chance to see anything that is in front of you.
Hey, you'll be able to see that guy that's strapped to the table.
Yeah. I'm holding it now. Do I see anything now that I didn't see before?
You see that Jux pooped his pants a little bit before, but that's it.
Okay. I'm gonna touch the orb again. And in this form, I'm gonna ask to see the faces of the people who are hunting my bloodline.
You do. I think that for the moment, I'm going to say that what you see is you see two bands. You see one group that look like ruffians. They look like people who are well trained in the arts of brutality and intimidation. And then you see another, and it is a group of 3 people. One of them appears to be human, one of them appears to be an elf, and one you can't fully make out. They appear to be aristocratic. They have robes, they have fineries. They look like they are surrounded by wealth and people who are in a state of servitude around them. And you can feel a hatred towards you from them, whether they know who you are or not. The other group, the group of ruffians, seem to have a very, very specific outlook towards you. And then I need another Constitution save.
I'm gonna memorize those faces.
And then you'll never see them.
Oh, wait a
There it
minute.
is.
No,
And then you'll never see them again.
no. Well,
Loki.
I did not even mean to do that. Hold on. There we go.
Well, wait a minute. If Loki can just make this work for you, you might want to let him do that.
No, yeah, go for it.
Turns,
I
it
just
turns into a 24 every time.
Okay. Reroll.
hold on. I just didn't want to roll it in D20 because
You do realize. I'm just going to tell you right now. You do realize if you fuck this up, you are blind unless you're holding that eyeball and it only sees in the direction that you're pointing it in.
Like
It
most
doesn't
eyeballs.
matter. Like you've already gotten the response, so you are maybe totally fucked right now. But you have made.
You think like not even a revivify or like an intense magical something or other is gonna save me?
This is some serious abjuration shit right now.
I still really feel like that this is reversible.
I love how you say that.
You know what? You are inspired. I'm calling it.
Oh. Okay. Nice.
Wait.
I'm not waiting for shit. Roll it.
No. This raises a good point, and this is something.
See?
You know what? First of all, fantastic. I want everybody after last week's episode, because I thought about this, and then we jumped into this week, and I didn't have a chance to say it. Dolan, fantastic. That was something that could be granted to you. I want everybody to take an inspiration die after the way last week's was handled, which means you can add a D8 at this level, a D8 to any roll you want. So please know that you have that.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm going to use that for my first eye.
Nope, too late. We're already past
what?
that.
That's so bullshit. You said I got it from last game.
It's not bullshit. I didn't remember it, so it doesn't matter. So,
well, bullshit. You should let me forgot.
19 was my last roll. Constitution.
You know what? It doesn't matter. So moving on. You lost an eyeball. Shut up. Anyways.
Well, you've got one of true sight now, so that's actually kind of awesome.
But you lost one eyeball, but you have.
Dude, you got.
I'm literally just gonna have the true sight one. I'm gonna have it popped into my eye, so I'm gonna hold on to it until I can put it into my eye socket.
Well, you should get like a pair of like fake glasses.
If only there was an artificer in the party. Oh wait, he died.
I'll find one. Don't worry, I'm not letting go of this eyeball.
Hey, we're trying to kill Jux off. And by we, I mean Jux. So.
Oh my god! Excuse me. Oh, all right. So.
And that inspiration was coming from an inspirer. All right. Who could actually do that? So
you guys know for a fact you have two of the steps down right now. You have hold a wand crafted from the nether oak over your heart. You have summon a flame in your palm. What would you guys like to do next? You know that there is this.
Whoa! Everything is pausing because what the fuck? Who is hunting down your bloodline? That is something that I am going to fucking destroy them. How fucking dare they?
Oh wow, Zion! I didn't know you cared so much.
Oh. I only had to lose an eye for you to care.
Well, I only had to have you lose an eye to find out that your bloodline was being hunted.
Technically, I said that as a wolf, so you don't even know that yet.
No, you came out.
Oh no, that's right. It was human.
Don't start with me, okay? Don't start to play semantics with me, okay? You lost your eye as a wolf, and then you asked.
Yeah. Yep.
You asked for the eyes of those who are the faces of those who are hunting you down as your second question.
Yep. You got it.
So
anybody else? Anybody else want to lose an eyeball?
You've changed races, kind of.
Yep.
just ever so slightly, and then all of a sudden, now someone's hunting down your bloodline. What is this shit? My barbarian tribes are going to fucking conquer these motherfucking aristocratic bitches.
I did leave one part out of that, and that is your mother was in fact not a lunar elf, but an autumn elf, as you have found yourself to be, or wood elf, or I forget what the translation is.
Okay.
Yeah, wood.
Okay.
A wood elf, yes, a wood
Yeah,
elf.
she.
Yeah.
Autumn is what we kept confusing her with, her
Yep.
name with. Harvest. Autumn. No shit. It's no, it is Harvest.
Autumn is a great name. It's my daughter's middle name, so I love it. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
but yeah,
All right. So once we
So my
kill this
mother
god,
was also.
I know who we're sending my barbarians at.
Cool.
The
I dig it.
first
I'm all
conquest.
for it. Yeah, apparently I'm royalty. So somebody really wants me dead. I didn't even know.
I
Well,
don't know.
Too bad for them. You've become partners with me.
All right. Any more questions, guys? Anybody else want to lose an eye?
You just want to lose an
I mean-
eyeball? I mean, get in here.
Who else wants a shotgun?
I mean, after you lose 2, there's not much more you can lose. So ask them up.
I do want to be very specific that the whole like eye of true seeing was a rarity, and it was only because the roll was so high. That's the only reason that happened.
Well, that works out nicely. I
Yep.
mean, kind of.
Take it.
Again, I am an asshole, but I'm nice sometimes. So.
All right. So
All right, so what are you guys doing? You guys checked out this tower. There's a hole in the ground over here.
that's the light.
It's well, yeah, that's all this shit, yeah. And there's this, and then there's this.
What?
and then
All
there's
right.
that.
All right. Now I'm gonna say this all the time. Harvest. What do you see with your special eyes?
Yeah, exactly. We should. What do I
Look,
see?
You
Look
spy
with your
your little
special
eye.
eyes.
So, Harvest, what do you see with your harvest eye?
your brand.
So, Harvest, you, I guess, you know what? I'm just gonna give it to you. You see that there is a deep well that plunges through the city floor into darkness. Around it, 5 crystal benches encircle it, glinting under the purple glow of the nearby street lamps.
I relay that. Anybody want to throw some light down there?
Yeah. I'll take a rock, put light on it.
Wait,
and
wait,
then
wait. So are you guys
literally throw a
wandering?
rock
You guys, wait.
to
Are
throw
you
some
guys
light
wandering
down
over to it?
Well, if I'm looking down it,
Well,
No. So no. I'm saying
we're
that's
looking
what
over to
you
it.
see. So yeah. So like, let me move you guys over to it. Okay.
Are we heading that way?
As you guys go over to it, everybody give me a perception check.
Because I've been so good with the rolls the last, forever.
All right, with a 21, with Harvest, with the 21, god damn it. With a 21, you notice that there is like a sign next to one of the 5 benches that says, "Herein lies the immortal remains of the telepathic pentacle. Sit, meditate, and learn."
I relay that. Do we want to sit, meditate, and learn? Or do we want to keep it moving?
I mean,
I say we do it because we might get
Yeah.
more information on the towers.
All right.
Right.
I sit and I
Yeah.
start meditating.
or just
Short
stop.
rest. Take a short rest on the bench.
Your eye is healed. I called it dibs. All right, so fixed it, but still get true sight. Welcome. All right, we have rope though, so we can get that attached to you somehow. Yeah, I think we want to sit and probably do some meditation.
All right, so everybody sits down, including Novakri. And the first thing I need everybody to do.
Who's sharing a bench?
Who's touching butts?
All right, I'll sit with Harvest because there's questions I'm gonna be pestering her with all of this
This new
bloodline
revelation.
bullshit.
All
Where
right, so we
where
need
are
one
they?
more
Did you
partnership.
recognize where these faces were that you're saying that you saw? Did you see anything in the background? What's happening here? What was the climate? So that short rest is going to be interrupted the whole time.
So the two butts touching between Harvest and Ziada is 1-1. We need one more butt touch and everybody's fine.
Do we?
I think so, right? 1, 2, 3, 4,
we've got
5.
6.
There's only 5 benches.
Yeah, we've got 6 people. Right?
1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh
All
no,
6
you're
of
right.
us
I'm
sitting
sorry. I
down?
was counting you guys as 1, 2. All right, you're right. So everybody sits down at their random benches, and then I would like everybody to give me a wisdom or insight check.
With some more insight. Wait.
Insight.
Okay. Oh, fuck yeah.
One.
Holy shit.
Insight.
No one's doing shitty at this. Alright, Novakri.
No. Go with my wisdom.
Humans, give me sight beyond sight.
Oops.
Nice. Holy shit. And then I got beaten by Novakri.
1, 2, 3. All right. All right. Somebody roll me, please, a D8.
I'll do it, but my roll sucked. No, good. Somebody did it.
Too late.
All right.
Right on it.
So each of you in various ways as you're concentrating about like what do we need to know to get into the central spire, but some of you have been like confused or subjugated by what's happening in life around you, you know, like there are people out there trying to find me, there are people out there plotting to kill me because of some bloodline, etc. I need to protect you, etc. But what you get out of this is that one of the steps that needs to be achieved is to stand inside a circle and consume a poison.
I'll do it.
Dex is like, me. I'll do it. I'll take it. Kill me.
Can the poison be a disease instead?
Maybe. I don't know. This is, you feel that this is from the Tower of Transmutation.
Do we know which one the transmutation is?
So transmutation would have the transmutation rune, and from what you've seen, I'm just going to give it to you that it is this one over here.
Damn it. That wasn't one of my guesses.
Was it? Okay.
I was 3 for 3, and I mean,
But you guys,
you can't win them all.
you feel as the voices come out of that. However, I need Novakri, because of her lineage and whatnot, to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Saving throw. All right. Ooh. Bard doesn't have that. So 15 total. I assume the benches are. Let's see. come closer.
Novakri hears in her head this almost subtle voice that says, "Another. Join our Pentaveret. Give us strength to be stronger so that we could grow. Be one of us so that we might be one of you." And Novakri starts to walk towards the edge of this pit.
Uh-oh. Stop her.
Yeah.
Fucking, I...
Ziada's gonna go
Who's
and
closest? Who's closest to her?
I think
She was on a bench by herself.
I mean, she's definitely on the bench by herself. I don't exactly know how we set up, but I'm gonna. Ziada's gonna try and run over and stop this.
So first thing I want. So does anybody? So I will allow 2 people to try to stop her from going in because she was by herself and because we didn't establish where you were on benches. So,
All right.
does anybody else want to try to stop her?
I'll do it. I'm big.
Okay. So I would like the 2 of you, Ziada and Jux, to roll a D100 and pick high or low. And if you get what you call, then maybe you have a chance to stop her.
Low. Shit.
Nope. Jux,
Hi.
you have a chance. I would like you to make a reflex save with advantage.
Was that dexterity?
Yeah, so if you look at your character sheet, there should be like a saving throw box. And then whatever, it is based off dex, but yeah. I'm sorry, it's a dex saving throw. Yeah, I called it reflex, I'm sorry. But you have advantage on this. So roll it twice, see what happens.
Nope.
12.
As you go to grab her,
Ugh.
she just looks to you and says, "My destiny awaits." And she steps off the edge and
Nope.
starts to plummet.
No,
I-
no.
No.
Before that,
Are you doing something? Okay.
before that, I'll cast sleep on her.
Oh shit.
Doesn't she get
Level
a
2
save
sleep.
against that though?
No, it's
No.
based on how much.
No, but
Hit
certain
points she has.
classes, certain races have
Immunity.
sleep.
Yeah, like I
Does
do.
she have that?
Not this one.
Okay, all right.
Resistance to Pasichik.
Wait. So Loki, I'm not saying that you can't do this, but would you be able to do this in time, or would you cast sleep as she descends into the icy abyss?
Well, if he doesn't
Because-
do it in time, I cast
Hold on. Take a deep breath. Everybody.
fucking you relax, Thomas.
Take a deep breath.
Mm.
Loki, I would like you to roll a D100, but you have 3/4 of a chance to be successful. So pick like
I'm not gonna waste a spell slot for like a chance. I was gonna do it before she walks off the edge.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
All right, I just yell season 1, and then that was it.
Jesus Christ.
That.
All right.
Oh
But
shit.
at the
yeah.
same time, these fucking vines are like and just grab her. Okay, remember to mark off those spell slots, you assholes, because you've spent them. Um,
No,
but
that's what I'm saying.
you
Well, like,
prevent
Only
her.
if I had enough time.
You prevent her from dropping into
Oh,
the gorge.
okay, that's good. Marked.
Done.
As
She's
she-
just gonna stay tethered to me from now on.
and if you guys look at her right now, her eyes are like glazed over, and she's just just like fighting against them, but not saying like "let me out, you guys." Like just sort of like it almost seems like she's trying to fight to like get over the edge to get into the chasm she was moving towards.
Hold on. Okay, wait. So the grasping vine went off. I didn't cast sleep because she's still awake, right?
if she's fighting, then
Well,
yeah.
well, so wait. So answer me this: whose went off? Do you guys want to just roll off and like just roll 2d20s, and whoever got the highest, that's the spell that went off. If it was
I
sleep,
mean, I'm
it'd be
fine with
sleep.
using the grasping vine.
You know what? You
Well,
both
roll
clicked it.
Roll it.
Roll a d20,
Roll it.
and
God
whoever's
damn
went
it, we
off,
gotta
is the
roll
spell
more
that went
die.
off. Yes.
Hi.
God damn it, TJ.
Well, Harvest, you're right. So Harvest. So Loki, you were like, I'm gonna. Jux is just shooting like fucking Eldritch
he's got
Blast.
an Eldritch Blast going out. You know warlocks.
Shoot her in the face. Anyways, so all right.
How is this helping?
He said roll, so I rolled.
Jesus Christ. All right.
All
Roll
right,
a
let me get a
religion.
20, and I'm just gonna push her in. Shit, no.
It's you've both fallen hole. You've both fallen.
Obviously
Oh
not.
my God.
But-
All right. No,
God
stop.
damn it!
Stop.
Why did I
All
have
right.
to get the 20 there?
Stop. Just stop. All right. Harvest.
Just tell Mike we need an artificer now.
we need an artificer for one session for some glasses, and then you can make what you want.
Oh my God. All right. So Harvest, mark off that you cast a 4th level
Done.
spell. Loki, you didn't cast your spell, even though we went through all that shit. Jux, holy shit. Ziana, holy shit. Fucking
Fine. You want to leave? Get the fuck out of here. Stupid vines.
Novakri is wrapped up with vines on the side of the fucking pit. What do you guys want to do? Jesus Christ.
I'm actually going the other way. I'm not pushing her in. I'm pulling her the other way. Now that these vines have stopped her from me, like, and I wasn't able to get there. It's kind of, what are you even thinking? Grabbing, pulling back.
She like after like a moment or two, she'll kind of like you kind of like pulling the vines off and like wake up, what's wrong with you, kind of like airplane slap in the face kind of thing. She's
Everyone's getting in line with their weapons.
Someone's got a monkey wrench, someone's a nun with a slap. Anyway,
Tire iron was the best.
Tire iron.
Jive.
Novak. I don't speak my jive. So Novakri will just sort of be like, what happened? It was almost like the answers were over the edge. Like I had to step forward. I had to move down. I had to go down. It was the only way to go. I mean, it sounded like that was the only way to know. It's the only way to know. I thank you all for stopping me, but also just sounded like the answers were there. And you see that she like looks at the hole with almost like a sense of longing. But she
how deep is this hole?
But she
Yeah, I was just gonna ask the same thing.
You cannot see the bottom of it.
Okay.
Like your vision or your light goes down. I mean, everybody's vision goes.
All right. So if
feet or
I
so?
grab a rock, cast light, and drop it, that'll go until it's not visible.
I'm going to say that if you cast light on a rock and you drop it, you watch it for a considerable way, and you can still see it, but it is a finite speck. And then it seems to move around. Like as if it
Oh,
hits
what the fuck?
a surface and moves around at the bottom.
Like it gets there. Okay, I just need to clarify. Like you see it land, and then it moves around down there.
Yeah, like if you were to drop like a stone on a floor, it would bounce around a little bit.
No, but okay, but like when it hits the bottom, and it like settles. Like, does it move around after that?
No, it stays put.
Okay. I thought there was some fucking bullshit going on down there.
But if you watch it for a while, all of a sudden it disappears and it's not there anymore.
What? Okay.
Do you really want to know what's going on down there? I can fly down.
I don't think we want to know exactly what's going on down there. All right. So it's too far.
I want to touch the orb.
I don't
think
have
I have a
enough
death
rope.
wish. I have this.
I don't have enough rope for Novakri to solve this mystery.
I'm
right,
gonna touch the butt.
Yeah, seriously. I've got like where's all my rope? I've got like 5 lengths of rope. Why is it not marked on here? Anyway, moving on. Okay, it's right there. All right, so yeah, I do have 5 things of rope. Moving on quickly. We're getting the hell out of here.
Wait, what did we benefit from meditating here?
I don't remember, because we almost lost Novakri.
Exactly.
What was the first thing? We rolled something else. There was a wisdom save. Was that me? I rolled a wisdom save. No, that was Novakri. Fuck.
Wisdom and insight.
What do we get from the wisdom and insight?
And he's gone dark.
No,
Right,
I'm just listening. I'm listening to see if you guys actually come back and tell me anything.
DM, what did we get from sitting here and meditating? I don't remember after the trauma you just inflicted on us.
right. You owe us that.
you guys learned.
You guys.
You guys learned one of the tower secrets. The last tower, the 8th tower.
Was that the transmutation? Yeah, right.
You
that was this
learned
one.
That in order to get up the tower, the 8th step is to stand inside the circle and consume poison.
Oh yeah. That one was shitty.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then all of a sudden, Novakri also made that check and was like, "The pit is the right place to be. Let's get in there and get that done. Let's just get in there." So that's what you guys were just dealing with.
Okay.
Right,
And Jux is doing that one.
So that was.
Maybe the poison's at the bottom of the well.
Could I just get that real quick, Tom? Specifically, it was. I know it's like consume poison, but.
Yep. No problems. That's a good question. So it is stand inside the circle and consume poison.
And we know that that's the 8th step. So that do we know that hold the wand of Ever Oak to your heart is the first step?
So yes. So
and summon a flame in your hand is the second
I'm not
step?
sure. I'm not sure if Professor Scant said this or not. The steps don't have to be performed in order.
In order. Okay.
But all of the steps need to be performed in order for them to occur. I
Gotcha.
think that was maybe what I was trying to convey.
Okay, hold
when
on. You just said they don't have to be performed in order, but they do have to be performed in order for it
occur.
to happen.
No, I'm
okay.
sorry. In order
You're
to
throwing mixed messages, Tom.
Oh my god.
I was just about to jump all over that.
Oh my god.
So the divination, was that number 3?
No, divination was number 2.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm gonna flame in your hand.
Yeah, summon a flame.
Yes, in your
yeah.
palm.
Yeah, so hold a wand
Helm.
crafted from the nether oak over your heart was step 1. Well, I mean, again, I'm saying
Abjuration.
step, but it is what it is.
Yeah, whatever.
Summon a flame in your palm was step 2. That's what you learn from the divination. And then step 8 was stand inside the circle and consume poison.
And that was
And
transmutation. Yeah?
I believe that was transmutation, yes.
Yes.
I'm tired of looking it up, yes.
Okay.
Next week we have a different answer.
Yeah. Next week it's transmute something.
Transmucinex.
Yeah, everybody's got a cold. Gross.
We got that little fucking green gob thing.
All right. So as we have like, another 20 minutes and we can play for a little bit longer. I'm going to run to the restroom and I would love for you guys to figure out where you're headed next. I
Away
did really
from
hope
this
that you had to fight the
bullshit
thing in the
pit.
pit, but you stopped it. So there's that. Cuz there's a thing in the pit.
Well, it didn't interact with the light, so.
All right, I will be right back.
I was trying to save 3
I wonder if
spells.
it can come out of the pit, because if it can come out of the pit, I have a spell for that. But it probably can't.
I was trying to save 3 spell slots,
Okay.
but too bad. You
You
rolled way too well. You should have rolled a 1 that Loki could not have beaten, or that Loki could have beaten. I don't know what I'm saying now.
What do you mean?
Because you rolled an 18 versus
Yeah.
Loki's 6.
So I shouldn't. You didn't want me to use a spell?
No, it's fine. But Grasping Vine is a 4th level, and Sleep, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What level is that, TJ? Was that 1st or 2nd?
2nd level.
Yeah. So all right. So I would have saved 2 spell slot, levels.
Got you. 2 spells out
But
left.
whatever.
I mean, I
long
have
as we
so
don't
many
kill
4th
Mike
levels,
when he's not
big
here. Tom, the bitch.
I mean, I still have 2. I still have 2 4th levels available,
Jesus Christ.
and a 5th
I mean,
level,
don't get me wrong. That's amazing. What the
and a
fuck?
couple of
What
3rd
level are we?
levels, and like all of my 1st levels.
I've
and
used like 2 smites, and I'm like, I'm running low, guys. For 2 1st level smites, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm
I
gonna
mean,
do.
I've been an animal most of the time down here, so I haven't really used any spell slots.
Yeah, but even
Tell me
that,
about
you've
except for the
used
other
those
bit.
things.
Yeah, I know, but now I just
Christ.
took a short rest, so I can do that again anyway.
Well, so actually, you guys are what, level 8 right now? Level 9? What level are you guys?
9. Level 9.
Apparently.
What? Oh shit. That's wow. How many wild shapes do you have? Is it 3 at this point?
15.
No, it's 2. It's 2 per short rest.
Oh, 2 per short rest. Oh, I get you. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so I get them back at a short rest.
All right. Well, speaking of that, let's do a couple things. The first is, tell me where you guys want to go next. Ziada, rolling 20s. As he steps away. Where do you guys think you want to go next?
The bazaar.
How bizarre! How bizarre! Oh, 90s songs. It's one of my sister's favorite songs, actually.
Forgot about that.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Ziada, where are we going?
I think Kevin, she just stepped away for a moment.
Oh.
Um,
All right, then the bazaar it is, Jux. We have to get poisoned.
well, I mean, you like TJ's still here, I assume. So TJ, do you have thoughts, ideas, concepts?
I am reached my mental capacity for the day.
Well, okay. So the plan originally was to go here next.
All right. So here's what you guys know from where you're at right now.
But
From
I
right
say we
here,
stop here.
Arcane Library.
Yeah. Because
Wait, no, I'm
Navakri
sorry.
and I are gonna
Library.
be like
Library
this.
right here.
Yeah.
Y7 was a different tower. It was a different tower. It was I gotta turn back. It was the Tower of Conjuration. This was the Arcane Library or Arcane Repository. This was oh my god. I should have all of this memorized and I don't. So hold on everybody. Sorry. Keep going. No.
You shouldn't have
I went
any of
too
this
far.
shit memorized. Just
I really just like
GM layer
efficient
and stuff.
routes. So we are closest to the wizard library.
Sorry.
Don't memorize any of this, you psycho.
That's what I do. I know. This is
No,
necromancy. I'm sorry, I don't know why I just said it.
Necromancy.
Necromancy.
I imagine you drinking a cup of
Necromancy.
tea with your pinky
Would
pointing
you
in the
like a cup
air.
of tea with your necromancy, my lord? This was the bazaar, and what was
Oh,
block 14?
that's the bazaar.
And this seems to be the most regal of all the buildings in all of the bizarritude.
Okay, where are we going? Are we going to the bazaar or are we going to the wizard library? Because they're the next two closest things.
I think, wait, before you make that decision, you guys have now, between exploring a tower and dealing with a pit of, I don't know, resonance.
Fair.
Leveled up.
I would, no. I would like someone to roll me a D100, please. And then we'll see what happens from there.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Hey, listen, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Okay.
A 9
cool.
happens. A 9.
Cool. All right, so where are you guys going to go? I mean, also there's buildings beyond the bazaar that I haven't really described. You know, like this weird dildo over here, and
they're all dildos, Tom.
And well, this
what
is.
What does it say about your fantasy?
Okay, claw, talon, dildo, claw, talon.
Fucking dildos and balls. Dildos and
brave
balls.
Enough.
This, if you're brave enough, right? This is some sort of shattered. I don't know.
Ball sack.
Ball. Yep, sure. Yep, it's a half a ball sack sticking out, and this is another one that's been melted too. So sure, ball sacks.
Yeah, ball sacks and dildos.
Yep. Some snow over here, and then we can talk about the other thing.
One of
those ones are called blue balls.
No, I think blue.
This is a blue ball next to a regular ball to show the difference.
No, next to a shrinked ball. He was in the pool.
Medical malady, medical probability. Yep. So, what do you guys want to do?
Ziana, you call it.
Of course. So
we're going to the bazaar. We're going to the library.
I mean, I'm okay with the library. I'm also. I was thinking head to the bazaar on our way to this, see if there's anything that we can kind of grab. Because, I mean, the bazaar is where all the items are, and if no one's here to be an issue with getting said items,
yeah,
we get that.
Or the magical repository. We're definitely gonna hit all of these places, I imagine. It's just in what order.
Right. So all right, so I'm thinking, we go bazaar.
Does it look like we have to go through a wall to get to the bazaar?
I think.
Okay.
Is it a wall, or is it like a little bit of a drop? I think it seems like it's the same sort of thing as like over here.
Yeah, and there was no wall there. It was just a board.
Maybe like a little bit of a whatever.
Okie doke. So let's go to the bazaar.
All right. You guys kind of move across the pavilion that you're on right now and move into the bazaar, and you see that there are a series of buildings around a mall, right? Like think um, like Washington D.C., where the reflection pool is right here, and then all of the structures kind of encirculate or encapsulate it. And as you guys kind of enter through, you see that many of the buildings look like there has been damage, but not damage from like a like an earthquake or a like something pummeled by debris from above, but it looks almost like something's been bulldozing this place. And as you guys kind of enter more fully into the space, I'm not going to move you over, but like once you guys get to like here or here, wherever your kind of entry point is, you see this destruction everywhere of these buildings that at one point had been constructed to this almost degree of finesse and finite beauty, but now has just been resolved to rubble. And as you kind of move forward and look around, I'd like everybody to give me an investigation check.
Sick.
I have true sight. What do I see?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, nice.
Oh! All right.
-1.
All right. Zia, I'm sorry, no.
Novakri.
Harvest, Novakri, and Jux. Loki didn't roll it. You guys all see that it looks almost like I said, like a bulldozer has been running ramshod through here. It looks like some sort of large destructive force has been slowly demolishing the outsides of the buildings here, and there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or a reason to it. It just seems like there's been some sort of rampant destruction that's been happening here.
What was that thing that we found with the mouth in the chest? Or in the abdomen?
That was a tomb tapper.
And it goes after magic items, right?
Correct.
I think we should be on the lookout for something like that because it may have been plowing through the buildings looking for shit.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Does anyone see, with all these, other than Ziada, anything that's, like, seems that it might be of any worth in or not in all of this rubble?
You guys could do a detect magic or a knowledge arcana, either way.
All right, Novakri, what do we got? Alright, looks like Knowledge Arcana it is. Because I don't see no detect magic.
Oh, I can detect magic. I can do it as a ritual, but if we need it like instantly, then we can just do
Would
Arcana.
it take a minute?
With a 20,
10.
you can see. No, it's fine. With a 20, you guys see that like in this building right here, like kind of across the empty I don't know, reflecting pool, whatever we want to call this, is there's a resonance or something, whether that's from Loki or whoever. You see that there's something in there that has some sort of like magical like resonance. We're gonna say it again. Like it just seems like there's something magic in there that might be of more than mundane nature.
All right, let's
Check it out.
yeah. Check it out.
Check it out. Check it
Check
out.
it, check it out. Cha. So you guys get there, and as you get to the opening of this building, which is I'm just gonna double check something right now. Hold on. Sorry. It is it's probably some like 30 by 40 or 50 feet wide. Um it has a series of arched doorways that are on the front and the right hand side of it. The left and the back are solid. The top of the building flat with some like random pointed minarets that come up at each one of the corners. And in the inside of the building, there is a almost like a mosaic tiled floor that goes out with these green and yellow colored tiles. And as you look through the room looks like at one point it may have in fact been set up to have like stalls of um, stalls of different vendors here and there, because there's sort of debris and woodwork everywhere in here. Most of it so shattered and broken that it's not a problem to walk across. But in some specific areas, it looks like things maybe be hidden behind, like a pile of this debris or that detritus or whatever. And as you do that, I would like everybody to give me a perception roll.
Seems to be an all or nothing kind of night.
All right. Well, I see 4 responses, and I know the party's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So,
5.
all right.
Oh, okay.
Well, one more then, right?
Loki.
There we go. Well, everybody who rolled above a 15, which is
Everybody but Jux and Loki.
everybody but Jux and Loki, yes. Unless Loki's gonna spend something. Yes? No? All right. Everybody except Jux and Loki, as you're looking through this building and realizing that there's something that's emanating some sort of like magical power in here, starts to feel a like rumbling in the floor, and you guys are going to be able to react in the surprise round, which means you can take one action as this enormous, large construct with no head and this gleaming silvered sword. It's just a body with no head, starts rushing towards all of you, swinging the sword wildly. Each of you are going to be able to take an action next week as we pick this up. And we put
Before we
initiative on the
before
board.
we go, do I see anything with my true sight?
You see that this figure really wants its head back.
Do
How
I
big
see a
is this-
head?
How big is this sword?
So this is a large creature, so its weapon is, I guess, a little bit bigger than you.
Fucking bullshit. Oh, of
So much
course.
bullshit. Also, it doesn't have a
No,
head.
any sword
Did I mention
doesn't-
that? It doesn't have a head.
I don't
So,
give a shit about its head.
well, I mean, it's going to be beneficial to you guys that it doesn't have a head. So, but yeah. So, thanks for playing, everybody. I hope that you continue to have fun with this. I have fun with this. You guys make me laugh every week, no matter what, and so I appreciate it very much. And we will continue this. We will continue this next week, as you guys have already discovered what 3 of the 8 things that you need in order to get into the central tower.
Yeah. The last one we found out was a little bullshit, but you know.
Drinking poison.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, you found out some bullshit, and you also found out some real bullshit that you
A
didn't
lot of
know was a
bullshit.
thing. You know, like you just didn't know was a thing. So there you go.
There was some
Yeah.
bullshit and some other bullshit. It's just like seems like
I
there's
know
a
how
little
to
bit too
protect
much
your ass beyond
bullshit
losing
going
eyeballs. So
on.
okay,
Just say
Yeah, I mean,
I do.
Deanna, I could take all the time now to answer your questions that you were badgering me with on the bench.
yeah,
I
seriously,
do.
it's like, so
I
what all right, so did you see any background on these faces? Where are these people? Where did you or originate from? Did you start here? What's going on? Where are we going after we kill this god
I think
to start
Ziada just needs
destroying
another
all?
quest. Ziada killed her mom and is just like, I need something else to focus on. What are we
Right.
doing?
I need another thing to destroy.
Yeah.
I am a paladin of fucking conquest. All right, I have already
Oh, wow.
destroyed my mother, and then took her axe and fucking shattered it on a magic destroying anvil / hammer. Okay, so that quest is done.
Well, boy, do I have
Oral is a
Check
side
mark.
quest for me. So what is happening with you? All right, Oral's just kind of getting in the way of the things I want to take care of.
right. Just fucking up my time.
If that's
All right,
not,
you ice bitch, get out of the fucking way.
if that's not a discussion about gods in and of itself, just getting in the way of my shit. Like, god
Right.
damn it, gods.
Right.
Anyways, again, thank you guys for playing. I hope you're having fun. This whole fucking place is a shit show of stuff, and so thank you for playing through it and dealing with me trying to make sure I'm getting it right. So appreciated.
Yeah, that's right. Get it right.
Right.
Go to bed, Tom. Go to bed.
I'm out. But all right, everybody, we'll talk to y'all next week. Okay.
Good night.
Later.
All right. Bye.
So you want the deets on my story?
Well, yeah, shit. If they're being offered, then hell yeah.
Okay. So what had happened was when I died, when Oral killed me, froze me to death in that chamber, I had a vision. And in that vision, I was surrounded by what looked like these kings and queens of old. And they informed me that I wasn't who I was pretending to be. That I come from a long line of powerful and well loved rulers, and that for me to truly step into my power, I needed to embrace who I was and stop pretending to be something else and stop hiding. Ultimately, they told me that the reason why I was in hiding or I was in disguise is that there are people in power or there are factions or there are coalitions or something along those lines. Weren't too precise. It's Tom, so a little vague. That want to destroy my bloodline because my bloodline or the heirs to these kings and queens are a threat to their position. And that's
Hey,
why
to be fair, now that I'm gonna be taking over the barbarians, I have to give them credit. They were fucking right.
what do you mean they were fucking right?
They were right. You are a fucking threat to
Oh yeah,
all of
yeah,
them.
totally, yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, if they weren't trying to kill me, I probably wouldn't have been a threat. I'd have just been like, "Cool, let's just all
No,
get along, man."
absolutely not. Except, they
Yeah,
decided to be an idiot to
pick a
someone
fight.
who's all for destroying anything that steps in her path. And it's just
Right,
like,
exactly.
you understand that I'm gonna lead a group of fucking barbarians, right? And I'm gonna unite the tribes of fucking Icewind Dale.
Yeah,
the
it'll be
the
intense. I mean,
the
ultimately,
place
like,
the place where all of, like, at least 50%, if not more, of the Dritz Duerden
yeah,
fucking stories take place. It's just like the most well-known character from D&D is like the
yeah.
barbarians from there. Yeah, I'm gonna
Um,
unite them and take them after you now, cause you fucking fooled around with the wrong goddamn elf.
so, yeah, and actually, like, because apparently, and I'm not 100% sure what region my my kingdom, my bloodline rules, right? I don't know if it's actually this region or if it's an adjacent region or like where this area is. I know I didn't come from too far away. Like I know that this is pretty much the realm of which I've lived my life.
Yeah.
So it would be kind of cool. Obviously, you and I team up, and turns out I'm the heir to a throne, like the throne of men. I'm apparently a half elf. I thought I was a high elf.
So,
Um,
no,
and
did Tom? So I have two questions for you. One is a metagame question, and the other
yeah,
one is just like a regular. I thought you were turned into a wood
wood elf.
elf.
Yeah. So
So
I
that's the first
originally
question, and then the metagame question is: should you change your character sheet from high elf to wood elf, and then get the, like,
he told
advantages
me
of
not
that?
to. Because there were
Weird.
advantages that I'm currently using as a high elf,
Yeah.
like an extra language. There was some intelligence boosts. Um,
Right.
he told me that I did not have to change my character sheet to a wood elf. I haven't actually looked into it. I don't know if I would prefer to have the stats of a wood elf versus a high elf, but he
Right.
specifically told me I did not have to change my character sheet and I could keep all my stats and everything the same, which is why it still says high elf. But was, um, I grew up believing that I was a high elf, and
Right.
when we were abducted, my mother was separated from me. I ended up getting raised by wolves. I I became a wood elf, and I thought that that was my mother um, putting sort of like a hiding protection spell over me. But apparently, what it was that was me being unhidden and unprotected and just being raised by wolves. When the high priestess, the druidess who ended up raising me after I was 14, um, she ended up putting a protection spell over me again, knowing what my lineage was, knowing that I was not a full elf, knowing that I was half human. So this is a human kingdom. So my father, my biological father, was a human king. Um, and there was apparently, it was the relationship with my mother was um, an illicit relationship, not really allowed. So I am a half elf. My the woman who raised me, the druid who raised me, once again had me in hiding. And so that's why when I died, I came back as a wood elf, my true form.
Yeah.
Thinking, and now finding out for real this time
Yeah.
that a
Your
wood elf
hidden
is
form to your hidden form to
right.
wait,
Exactly.
no. How many hidden forms do I have?
Right, exactly. And apparently, what I found out from this orb is that my mother, who I thought was a high elf, actually was a wood
Was a
elf.
wood elf. Jesus
Right.
Christ.
And so
Okay.
I am a wood elf, like my mother was a wood elf, but I am
Mm.
half human, like my father was a half human king or royal of some sort.
So he
And I
was
am
the
the heir of
royalty.
some. He was the royalty, yes.
Okay.
So it's a human kingdom, a human throne. And the people I saw in my imagery, it's a divination orb. They like to be dicks. Of
Well,
course, I didn't really
Tom
get
likes to be dicks with
right,
them.
exactly. His whole city is a bunch of fucking dicks. Anyway,
Right. Perfect
so
for Tom.
right, city of dicks. But yeah, I didn't really get any sort of back anything. I suspect that the kind of like rough, rugged brigands, scoundrels
Yeah, the
were the
ruffians or
people.
whatever.
Yeah, those were the people that kind of abducted me and my mother. So I don't know if they were abducting people in hunting, like if they're hired hands or hired mercenaries looking for the bloodline, looking for the heir of this particular king. I do know that when I saw this king, otherwise known as my father, he was dead. He was definitely dead.
Okay.
So I know the people that were in power are no longer alive. And so whichever ones of them had heirs are being hunted to prevent that seat from getting filled. Um, and so I don't know if these ruffians are like hired hands or hired mercenaries of these individuals looking for these bloodlines to eradicate them, essentially.
So
So
there are
there could
there
be
are
more of or
there are
not.
questions that come up with that where it's and I feel like a bunch of these might be we'll have to you know figure out with Tom, but it's something where it's just like if in the imagery there was anything that you saw also
Right? They
in
could
the
give us
background,
clues.
if so since you were 14, so you're old enough at that point to have understood kind of where you were with the druid that kind of helped raise you after the wolves raised you.
Yeah. Oh, I
What?
definitely knew where I was.
Yeah, so it's like if you were
I
close at
don't
that point.
necessarily know where I came from though, because I was a wee
Right.
babe.
So it's like, but at least if you know where that is, if we could figure out from there where to go, so that we could
Yeah.
find potentially that druid, to
Or even in this vision in the orb, like, because I saw my mother and father together. Did I recognize the landscape of which they were
right,
where I was
exactly.
watching
And
them?
and
Like,
and that's
were there
something
any clues?
I know as the DM, like you give the information that you're giving, and sometimes it's just like, well, what about this? It's like, oh shit, like, yeah, I definitely could give you that information. I just wasn't even considering that. But like, yeah, you like it's not just a portrait with like a blurred background. It's like, no, you see that it was a portrait, like you see the face in
Mm-hmm.
a desert. And it's just
Mm-hmm.
like,
Right.
a fucking desert? Holy shit. I wasn't expecting that at all from wood elves or, anything like that. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just like, like there could be answers.
Right. There could
That
definitely been structures that I saw. There could have been buildings. There could have been castles that are familiar to me
right.
that I recognize. There could have been mountains that I saw were familiar. Um, Obviously, if there was any physical, like land sort of terrain that I have even come across, then that can cause some familiarity. And so then we also have these other people that I saw. So we have like a human aristocrat of some
Okay.
sort. We
So
have an elf.
the another thing I have to throw out, and not to interrupt you, but
No, that's
entirely
fine.
interrupting you, um, is how old are you now?
Hold on, let me look.
Because
Not
it's
too
something where it's
special.
just like, all right, so I'm thinking like, 14 to, and then it's like 34, and it's like, all right, it's been 20 years. What's been going on in the meantime? Or whatever the age is, sort of thing. Because I don't even know if I have a character age, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do. I just don't know what it is. I'm in the hundreds.
Okay, so yeah, it's been a bit.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So like the
Okay.
people who are in power, they've been in power for generations. And
Yeah. Well.
and there's I think
Except the
I
humans who have
oh I'm a hundred
those.
and I am 172 years old.
Okay.
Um, and so I would also think that there's a kingdom out there or a realm or an area that has, was originally, and we might just know this from history, right?
Mm-hmm.
That had a king or, a ruling family that now has been taken over by some sort of, aristocratic or otherwise maybe not diplomatic ruling in lieu of any heirs to the throne, right?
Right.
So there may be a kingdom out there that we know of that
Yeah.
is, somewhat local. Um, so we could gather that information just from knowing like local history, um,
Right.
and and um, and I saw the faces of these individuals, the aristocrat who has deep, seething hatred for my bloodline. What that's about, I don't really know. Like, why would you, like, is it really like, if you were just trying to maintain a position because you wanted the power of that position, like that doesn't necessarily mean you'd have a deep seething hatred for the bloodline. You just know that it's a threat to you and your
Right.
position. But having a deep seething hatred, I don't know if that's just Tom Flair or if there's something legitimately to that. Like why is there such hatred between
I mean,
this
especially
individual
after this amount of time,
time?
where it's
Right.
like, the
I
people.
also don't know that Tom is really buttoning up all of the the
Right.
nuances either.
Right.
Like the fact that I'm 172 years old. Like
Right. Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're saying from like 14 and it's just like it's been X amount of time and it's like
um
okay.
also I think I remember, and this was a while ago when I died, but I think I remember something along the lines of these um this bloodline of royals, um they lived an exceptionally long time. Like they didn't have a traditional human lifespan as we know it. There was some sort of I would think like magic to them. So there
Because
is
they were
also
humans.
some sort of, they were human, but they were humans that had a definitely a longer lifespan than the regular old humans. There was also, they had some sort of magic ability to them as well. Um, and there is some sort of like power and ability that, like, once I give myself time to really dwell on this and come into myself and embrace the truth of my bloodline, that I'm supposed to be able to tap into. Yeah. And I don't remember what the other race was that he just mentioned in this game. So we had the like human aristocrat person, we had an elf female, and then somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember what that somebody else was. All working together. So why is an elf working with these humans? So it's not a race thing. It's clearly a bloodline thing.
Yeah. And kind of power and
Mm-hmm.
That
And I
that's what
didn't
it's-
recognize them. Like he didn't say that any of these faces were faces that I had previously seen, or that I would recognize. That I did recognize. So I know that like that elf female wasn't the high priestess druid who raised me.
right.
You know what I
'cause
mean?
I
Just for
mean,
example.
we're yeah, like because in that scenario, it's just like, well, you're a threat. You're
Right. She would have just
14.
killed me then.
Now you're not 14. Now you're 0 years old.
Right.
uh, so yeah, that's okay. There's
But so honestly, it would be pretty badass for you and I to team up. Like you have you're ruling all of the barbarian tribes, right? Of the
that's
wildlands. I could be ruling whatever land of the human realms. We can have a camaraderie and a support system. Like obviously if you have issues in your areas or I have issues in my areas, we back each other up. But at the same time, um we're helping each other out, but we're also united forces, and so on and so forth. We can fire and ice it.
right, and like it's funny because well, the last time that we played a big long game with Tom, there was something where like we kind of finished up what we were doing with the adventure, and then it kind of it kind of like trails off where it's like and okay and
Mhm.
like I'm fine with that, but it's something also too where it's just like okay, but I do want to have something where like especially with this specific information, it's like if I'm able to like we have okay, I think it's the bears. Hold on, let me make sure. I gotta check my notes, make sure, because I think it's the bears that we helped out. That it's like yeah, the bears. There was the um, Toth was the deaf one, and like her and I communicated where she's like, okay, I see what's going on. That like you're trying to take over the shit. Now, hold on. I need to check my notes to see which one I am. I don't even remember which of the. I am the
What
heir of
tribe
the
you are?
tigers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 5. I know there's 5 clans, and I've got the bears behind me. And although I think, and then there was the tigers who were like fighting against like everything that was going on. I mean, I've got
Well, you just got the tigers behind you now when you killed your mother.
yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean,
should.
you are the ruler. You're the leader now. That you
Yes.
literally. That's how they work.
Right.
So
Exactly.
so
So I
and
should
they
have
came
that.
to our aid when we were. It wasn't at the time. It was the tigers who came to our aid when we were trying to get into the
No,
cavern.
the bears. The
Oh, it
bears
was the
were the
bears who
ones.
came to our
Yeah.
aid. Okay.
The
Okay.
tigers were the one who were charging, even though I had just killed my mother for right of leadership by blood.
Okay.
So
All right. Well, we can assume that you're going to
right.
unite all the tribes, all the barbarian tribes.
That's the ideal case scenario.
Right. And ultimately, like we could do that first because, I'm all
Well,
about that.
yeah.
Because
Once we unite that, then we have the power of
exactly.
5 barbarian tribes.
Exactly.
Of
Exactly.
Icewind Dale to back us up, where it's just like, hey, we say this.
Right.
With this,
And
it's
I'm,
like you and what army? These 5.
right.
What?
Right. These 5 armies.
Right.
Like armies of untapped potential and unchecked numbers.
Right.
And at the same time, like I'm a druid, regardless of my bloodline and my lineage. Yes, okay, I might be heir to a throne, but I'm a druid and fully am resolved to keeping the wild lands and the wild people untouched, essentially, right? So if I am, ruling a civilization of humans, like I'm definitely like I'm not gonna be one of those people that's like, conquer more, conquer more. Like I am very much so gonna be like, this amount of space we have is fine. Like let wild lands be wild. Let's not try to like take over everything. Like, you have your territories and then like we have our territory. It's fine. We can do with what we got.
Right.
Um
That might be where we run into issues, but we'll get there when we get there. Because as a paladin of conquest, who is just like,
I mean, you can. I mean, I don't really know how the
maybe once we
barbarian
take
tribes
care of what's
do
going on.
but what I've seen of the barbarian tribes is that they're living within the realms of nature. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not constructing civilizations and like clear cutting land like humans are.
Right. You know,
So
but
I don't
at,
care.
at
You
the
want to
same
go live
time,
in the
it's
woods? You want to have your like houses? You want to be nomadic? Like go for it. Do your thing.
right.
I'm just saying, like I don't need to build shit. Um, and
But
and
you know,
I
as we get to that point, it might be something where it's just like, hey, maybe maybe we continue to oh no, well what about these people? They don't seem that great. Well, it's like, well, we're like, I'm content now that I'm in the position. I would just like my kingdom to be good. It's like, yeah, but what if your kingdom was good and bigger too? It's just like, well, all right, well,
will be an area of discussion.
right. It's just like,
As
well,
long as
maybe we
we're not
calm down. It's
destroying
like maybe
wildlife.
we take over that too. It's just like maybe
Right?
we
Like I
calm
have no
down.
issues. Let me clarify. I have no issues taking over areas that are already civilization. I'm just saying wild lands stay wild. So if we want to go take over other kingdoms that have already been built up and make those people
Okay.
also our people, totally fine
Okay.
with that.
All right.
But
Nice.
wild forests and magical
Yeah.
forests and things
Yeah.
like that, they stay. They stay.
We're definitely gonna we're definitely gonna set up a conservation commission. So
Yeah. Yeah. Call me Roosevelt.
right. We're gonna have reservations and national
Right.
parks and stuff.
Right. Perfect. Protected lands, definitely. A
Exactly.
must.
Because I'm only gonna be. I mean, you're 172, which means you're like 3 times as old as I will ever be already.
Are you a
So,
human? What are
uh,
you a human?
what am I? I am an Asimar. Asimar.
Oh.
I'm gonna say Asimar.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know exactly how
That's
long
like
these guys.
angelic people, isn't
Yes,
it?
I'm gonna check and see how long these guys are supposed to.
I thought they lived for a long time.
They might. So maybe we'll live forever.
Yeah.
Let's see. Come on, load up.
Do you have wings? You do have wings.
I
That's
do
right.
have wings.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, that's just paladin thing. Race. Age. Oh, okay. So, all right. Asmar mature at the same rate of humans, but they can live up to 160 years. So, I mean, you still have already outlived me.
Right.
But
I actually thought as an ASMR you could be even older than that. But yeah, whatever.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's still a decent amount of time.
How old are you now?
I'm saying I'm in my 30s.
Oh, okay. So you got at least 130 years left.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We can do a lot in 130
all,
years.
all things, if everything goes well.
Right. Everything goes as planned.
Right,
And you die of
exactly.
old age as a barbarian paladin conqueror. Sure.
Yes, which I can only imagine with everything you just said. I would die of old age. That sounds like the way that thing would die.
Motherfucker, I have heal on top of heal on top of heal. Keeping your ass alive.
I mean, one of the biggest things is I have an AC of 22. So it's just like, well,
yeah. So
luck,
if they can hit you, then I'm just gonna be like right behind you. Heal. Heal.
Exactly.
More healing.
Excuse me, kitty. I can't see stuff because you're in
Yeah, a
So
cat is catting. Mhm.
yes, exactly. I'm moving my mouse around. She's following it, and just sitting in front of the computer screen.
Yeah, are we reading this? Oh, these
It's like
papers right here. Are you using them?
she's
Were you
just
watching that TV?
she's just
No.
this big tank
Yeah.
that
Look
like
at my butt.
she'll come up and she'll just like walk over and just knock stuff over. And it's like Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
exactly.
Not like in a cat like, "Oh, I'm going to push this off the table," but
Mhm.
just like I'm huge and not
Yeah.
very cat-like, so I'm
Right.
just going to walk into this and
Yeah.
just it'll knock over because I'm just a fucking
the grace,
tank.
the grace of a pit bull.
Seriously, it's like how like I always yell at her. It's like, "How are you a cat?"
Right.
It's just like you
maybe
are acting
this is just her
like
her
a
first
fucking
life
dog.
as a cat. Right.
Seriously.
Exactly. Last life she was a dog.
Right,
She's a fucking
exactly.
Saint Bernard.
Hi, what's up, Cora? Yeah, just this little tank. But all right, so yeah, this is some good stuff because it's like
Yeah.
I mean like I had said where it's like last time we had played in Tom's thing where TJ and I had started the game and we had a few people who joined in and we went in this entirely different route than what we were trying to do. We like TJ had this thing where he was a Goliath and he was trying to like not resurrect but like get his like tribe, like recreate a tribe and stuff like that. And I was a half elf bard and I was gonna try and use like my powers to like gather different things and like start to challenge stuff and gather powers and stuff to that effect and help TJ's character along. And then we got sent to like basically a different dimension and it's like, well, all of that is irrelevant. Every bit of everything that we just said doesn't matter at all.
You never got back? You never got back to your original dimension?
We did end up getting back, but by that point it was just like, all right, we just went through this whole thing and we didn't end up continuing with what was going on. So it's just like, okay, well, anyway. So
that happened.
Yeah. So it was like this entirely different thing than what we were planning. And it was just like, okay, well, whatever. So it just like didn't do like any of what we were like planning on at that point. But it's like with this, and it's like, kind of some of the same stuff a little bit where it's like we could get into, like how we were discussing some of the stuff with the tavern. And it's just like, well, you guys are on a time clock. And it's like, well, hold on. We're having some fun fucking around with the tavern that we haven't been able to be in like 6 months real time. Maybe like a month game time.
Right. Yeah.
But it's just like, we're having fun just screwing around with this. It's like, yeah, but this doesn't matter. It's like, but it matters to us, god damn it.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. That's the meat of our fantasy right there. Those are the
right, exactly. And then it's just like, you're interrupting with your goddamn sandwich shit.
Right.
And it's just like, no, you don't have any bread. And it's like, that's fine.
Right. Yeah, and I definitely do want to do something with the tavern. Like, I'm talking like chains, franchises, like that. That's going to be our first area of business for money making, because I want there to be an influx of money where we are not dependent on taking jobs as their mercenaries, or we're not dependent on the kindness of the towns that we help. Like, once we kill this god, which I'm all for, because this is not supposed to be a frozen tundra. So well, I am all about preserving natural lands.
Not as frozen as it is.
Not all year round.
Right.
So I
Just for
definitely
like
like
75% of the time, I
I
think.
definitely want like all of 10 Towns is gonna have one of our taverns in it.
Right.
It's gonna be like the place to go. It's gonna be tavern. It's gonna be inn.
Yeah. Like
There's
it's
gonna
funny
be
because it's like,
live
well,
entertainment. We're gonna like have bards and magicians.
yeah.
It's gonna be like the place to be. So I like
Because you
definitely
would think that it's like, well, maybe not all of them. It's like we started off in the shittiest one, so yeah, it's
right,
gonna be in
exactly,
every one of them.
every single one.
Right.
And obviously, the
We'll
more
have a a membership card sort of thing.
absolutely, it'll be like the YMCA.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking kind of like CVS, sort of like any sort of like frequent flyer sort of whatever.
Yeah,
I
yeah, exactly. Like any Motel
you
6.
could literally choose any company at this point,
Yeah,
and have an
exactly.
example for
Audible subscription? What?
it.
Um,
Right.
FYI, did you? I don't. Oh, never mind. You didn't see it because you killed your Amazon subscription. They were
Yes.
selling. They are selling the Dritz collection of 13 books. The full collection for $100, $99.99.
So I actually have been reading those through. Hold on, let me just get this real quick. Archive.org, and I am
Is
on
that
like
free?
yes,
Ooh, okay,
yes.
that's cool. And it's a you're listening to them or are you reading them?
I'm reading
Is
them.
it okay?
So yeah,
Is there a listen option?
there is not. So
Archive.
that is, I mean, that's the difference.
Okay.
If it's Audible, but I mean,
Yep.
I like I've got the list. It's funny because one of the books I just took screenshots of, and it's like I've got all of the whole list where it's just like, oh, what's the next one? And then I just go to it. I search it on archive, and it's. I mean, I happen to come across this. I think probably on Reddit, and it's just like, oh, archive.org, and it's just like, for some reason I just happened to like just like I wasn't looking for it or anything like that, and then it's just like I just happened to start reading the first book, and it's just like, I can see why people are into this, and now I'm like halfway through like the entire series. So it's like I've read like a bunch of the different trilogies of Dritz and the different Jarlaxle ones, and it's like, this is so good. And so like when Tom's bringing up the drow, or like when he has something where it's like you feel a little thing pierce you, I'm like, god damn it, I know exactly what that is. I've read so many books on this. I know exactly what that is now. It's just like a few months ago I wouldn't have known anything. It's just like, what, did a bee sting me from the trees? It's like, no, stupid fucking drow hit me with their stupid dart that makes me fall
Mm-hmm.
asleep. These little bitches. Ah, these assholes.
Wow, they have so much shit on here.
Yes. It's
And
amazing.
and there's no app. It's you just always just go to archive.org, right? They don't have an app.
Yeah, like I don't know if there is an app. Like if there is, that might be even better. But like I just always go to whatever's just
Wow.
archive.org through my internet
Yeah.
on my phone.
That's holy
And then
shit.
it's
And they
like,
do
so
have audibles. They do have audiobooks
that
and
okay,
poetry.
that's awesome. So like I'm sure I don't know exactly what the limitation is on those, but like, so like there are some things where it's based on like what libraries have available. So you can only borrow, so like there was the first couple, I was able to borrow the books for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
Then after like the first maybe like one or two, I could only borrow them for an hour. But the thing
Oh.
is that it's like I borrow them for an hour, and then I'll read sometimes for the entire hour, and then
Yeah.
she's like, I ran out, and then I just hit, I
Borrow
sometimes
again.
have to refresh, and it's like borrow for an hour. It's like, okay,
Right.
it's like,
Right.
all right, so like no big deal. No fucking big deal at all. Like
Nice.
even a little bit at all. It's like, all right, perfect, shit. Because like if there was someone else trying to read the exact same book at the same time as me, that would be the only issue.
Gotcha.
But like no one's trying to read all of these books at the exact same time as me. So
Right.
I've had 0 issues. So it's like, yeah, if they were like newer books, maybe you might have issues, but like
Right.
whatever. It's like, oh man, I can't read my free book for free this second.
Right, exactly.
Damn it. It's like,
Fucking first world problems.
Right, exactly. Heavy first world problems right there.
But yeah, so I hope that I hope I hope this doesn't peter out, and that Tom does let us like start our tavern franchise in 10 towns and then expand, because I just want income coming in, because I want to be able to buy whatever I want, and like, beef us up, and
Yeah.
if you're I mean it takes gold to feed an army. Right?
Right.
And it's a lot of barbarians.
And
So
there are certain things where it's like, not to discredit Tom or anything like that, but there are some things where it's like with his DM style, it's like there's things where it's just like what as someone who was DMing myself, it's just like I can look at it and just be like, okay, I would never have done this in particular sort of thing. There's certain times where it's like, dude, sometimes you just let people have stuff. It's just like, oh,
for sure.
I do this. It's just like,
Mm-hmm.
okay. It's just like, and I do 20 points of damage. It's like, okay. It's like, instead of being like, no, you don't get to attack. It's like, yeah, fine. Do your 20 points of damage.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
actually doesn't do anything. But,
Right.
no one would know. Who gives a shit? Whatever. Now you feel like a badass because it's like, you got to sneak attack this guy. It's like, yeah, you totally did that. You had an effect early on. It's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't, but you feel like you did, and that's all that matters.
Exactly. It's not like they're counting down your hit points.
Right. Exactly. It's like, and that's the thing where it's like, when we got interrupted, we were all having just like such a fun time shooting the shit and like figuring out all that tavern stuff when we finally got back to Lonelywood, and it was just like, guys, you're having fun, so stop that.
Yeah.
It's like,
exactly.
oh, my bad.
It's like, we have a night. Can we just, like, even if this session is us hashing out that night, right?
No.
Can't Loki just have his
Jesus
one night
Christ.
stand with the mayor? Like, come on.
Right. We
What if I really want to delve into what my meal looks like right now?
You and I and Loki a little bit, TJ a bit, but like you and I were pushing that so hard that eventually Tom had to come back around, because like 4 weeks later, it's just like he wasn't upset about it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. The mayor.
It's just like, no, I never said that. And then it's like the next week is like, no, I'm pretty sure I didn't say that. And then like 3 weeks later, it's just like, yeah, I remember. It's like, he did this. And it's like, got him. Fucking got him.
Yeah, fucking.
It's like, we got him eventually. It's just like, we had to fucking break him. It's just like, and it only took 2 months, but we ended up getting him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's, Tom's always kind of been like that. He's always been like a little bit of a okay, so he's always been a little bit more of an adversary, and a little bit more ego when it comes to DMing. In that, when I DM a game, I tend to DM for kids anyway, so it's not as much with adults, but it's more of like a yes and, right? I am very much so about story. Like rules are important for game mechanics, for like balance and whatnot, but I am typically super flexible on rules because if you're giving me like really cool fucking imagery or a really cool story, like I am down with it. Like, yeah, tell me more. like
Right.
like make a roll for it. Like I'm never going to tell you you can't roll for something, that you can't try something. Like it might be a high DC or it might be a low DC, but like if you fucking make it, you make it. Like it is what it is. Like all right, well then this is what's happening now, And it's about like the story of the players. We're on a timeline. Like there's like our moms aren't in this campaign to be like, come on guys, you really have to go to bed now because you have to get up early. Like who the
Right.
fuck wants that? like
Right.
like if we want to pull an all-nighter, if we want to fuck off, be hungover, not end up defeating a god, like then that is what it is. This is what the story turns out to be.
Right.
Like he is very much so, he stays very focused on what things are supposed to happen and what they are supposed to
Yeah.
be, and the imagery in his mind of what he feels like the story is. And I am very much so about like staying flexible. This is the group of people I'm playing with. We're all building this story. Like the DM essentially is just telling you what happens with the decisions that you all make. And not really like I don't stay very emotionally attached to what I feel like should happen or is going to happen, or
Right.
okay, like there have been times like I've had all kinds of monsters and encounters all like rolled up and ready to go, and guess what? These motherfuckers decide they're going to go to an entirely different town.
Right.
like to
It,
do
like,
whatever. I'm like, okay, well,
yeah.
I guess this is happening now. this
and
is
and
what
that's something where it's like, it's like, yeah, that can absolutely happen.
Yeah.
There was one thing. So we had played The Curse of Strahd with Tom, and there was one session that I remember where like at the end of the session, Tom was trying to figure out, because like he tries to figure out some stuff like for the next week, like
Right.
what are we
Understandable
doing?
if he needs
Right.
to prep, like
Absolutely.
get an
And
idea.
it's like I can get that, I can understand that, but there's also some stuff where it's like with he like there was this one thing where it's like there's this specific weapon that it's talking about, like the whole campaign. It's just like this ultimate, just mega weapon, Sunblight sword or whatever it is, and it's like, okay, this thing sounds badass, so we have to get it as soon as possible. And like based on like the hints, we kind of knew where it was. So one time he's just like, okay, so where are you guys going? And I'm like, we're thinking of going here. And it's just like, okay, well, there's this and this and this. And it's like, okay, we're gonna go here. And then it's like, all right, well, don't forget, there's this and this and this. And it's just like, okay, we are going to go here. And then he's like, well, there's also the. It's just like, okay. I just gave up and said, all right, where are we supposed to go?
Right, exactly.
It's just like, what? Because I'm saying the wrong thing, obviously. Because
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of it was like I was kind of making a lot of the decisions, and like this is what we're doing. The other couple characters were very passive, and it's like, and that's fine. But it's like, all right, if I'm making the decision and then no one's objecting to it, and
Right.
then
That's what it is.
what are we
And that's
doing?
good.
And then oh, we can't do that. Is there a reason? Okay, but okay. So where are we supposed to go? What's the story say next?
Right.
Especially when he says it's like a sandbox, and it's like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you keep saying that.
Yeah,
I've
but it's
played,
not.
like games like Skyrim
Mhm.
and stuff where that is a sandbox. Like I can
Mhm.
start up and go up to the top north, or I can go all the way west and I can have, it's gonna be the same stuff, but it's a very different game because it's like I'm not established all of a sudden when I'm going this way versus going this way. It's like, so I can hit all of that same stuff when I play it again, but I've, made my character stronger or whatever. It's like, so it's different things. So that is a sandbox, but if I'm able to go this way, then yeah, it's a sandbox. If I'm able to go this way, if I can make that choice, then yes, it's a sandbox. If I'm able to go this way, and then you go, oh, no. It's like, then it's not sandbox. Just put me on the tracks and
Right,
railroad
exactly.
the shit out of me.
Right,
like
exactly. It's just fucking run a train.
Right. It's like,
Yeah.
because that's what we've got going right now. All right.
Yeah, like and I mean, and that's it's everybody has their DM style. It's challenging to like let it just be an open world. It's if you have a world, like if you're running a campaign in a world that's already like pre-made for you, you're in Wildmount, you're whatever. Everything's like pretty fleshed out for you, and you can just let your player characters do that, and your player characters are have a lot of ideas too, because then you also get people that they want to just be on the tracks, right? They don't have ideas about what they want to do. They just like let me kill some shit, hack and slash, run through. Like they're not trying to like they're not going for like political espionage or like
Exactly.
entrepreneurialism or whatever.
And it's
I
like,
just
okay,
tend to
fine. Here we go
yeah,
then.
right, exactly.
Absolutely.
Like I just personally, I tend to like to like all of the
Have a
successes
part.
that I don't have in the real world. I like to pretend like I have them in D&D.
Right.
And
I mean,
so like
you
I
you
very
can, you
much
can
so
take risks, and it's just
right.
like, oh, so
Exactly.
you're saying I don't have to roll a D7 billion? Oh,
Right.
weird. And roll a 7 billion or higher to get it?
Right.
All right,
Right.
I'll do it. It's just
Yeah.
like, oh, just roll a D20 and get like a 12 or higher. That's way better than I ever have.
Yeah,
And I'm
exactly.
risking so much less.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And it's
And
just so much more fun.
yeah, you get immediate success, or it's like, oh, you failed, and it's like, you know what? I'm not gonna lose my house over that. So
Right,
that's
exactly.
that's
Like my children aren't
way
going to
less
starve.
to worry about. Right, exactly. It's
Nobody
like,
in reality is going to die.
right,
You know.
my fake children might be upset, and it's just like, well, they're not real, so
Right.
it sucks for
And
them, and I want them to have a good life, but they also don't exist, so not
and
that
we
super
played a
worried.
game where another buddy of ours was DMing, and Tom was a player character with me and another one of our friends, and we actually the DM is 3.5, so a little bit more strict. The DM caused us to actually have to carry the weight of gold, right? And so
Yep.
we were essentially penalized for having gold on us, which just caused people to pretty much try to spend gold. But I didn't need to spend gold, and I was definitely a saver, and I had plans for the future. So I actually developed like a gnomish banking system. And I developed the ability to write checks to people, IOUs in game. Like I would be able to stamp things with a particular bracelet that I had, and they could take them to any one of these number of gnomish underground banking systems, and they could collect their payments from me. And then it just allowed me, like, it wasn't a system that existed in the game, and it allowed me to then build businesses and build empires and get people to do my bidding, and I didn't have to worry about, and I had the it allowed me to stockpile hundreds of thousands of gold on things instead of just pissing them away and in whatever arenas. But I had money that, like, I actually had employees doing things for me, and full, like, I was able to buy full-fledged businesses and pay
pay people to run them and then earn an income. And then that income would just go right into my bank account, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and were you here when we started the tavern
No,
talk?
no.
Okay,
Like you guys already own that tavern.
right, because I think that was something.
This last trip to the tavern was my first trip to the tavern. It was
Yeah.
the first time I saw it, which is immediately why I was like, all right, like we're doing something with this. Like
Right.
I'm not gonna let this opportunity pass us by. Like this place is a shithole. Let's fix it up.
If there's something. Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. So up at the top. So. All right. If you go to the like journal stuff up at the top, there's the possible tavern/inn. Cost 5 gold per week, requires 3 skilled hirelings, 5 unskilled hirelings. This is included in the 5 gold. Additionally, there is a 30 gold cost for refurb and start stock one time. Moves forward 5 gold, blah blah blah. 10 gold per month for all the stuff. You can try and negotiate these fees. After a week, you roll
That's not bad at all, though.
Yeah, so you
Those
roll a
fees are not bad.
D100 and earn an appropriate amount of money based on the table. 1 to 20, you pay 1.5 times the maintenance, and you lose money. 21 to 30, you 1 times the maintenance cost. So it was just something where it's like, you know, so essentially,
was this already decided, or
this
was
was
already a mechanic game?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is something that like Tom put together or exactly whatever, but it's something where it's like.
Then we have a lot of fucking weeks to roll for.
So yes, but at the same time, it's just like it fell off because it's like this is so much, where it's like, we're just kind of trying to get stuff going, and it's like there's so much maintenance and like everything with it where it's like, and honestly at the end it's like 20 gold in your pocket if you roll a 91 or higher, and it's like, okay, but you know, also
that's not enough. 20 gold for a week
for a 10% chance, and it's
yeah.
like I mean, when we look at what we have, I mean, I've got the stuff in ours, and it's like we've got 5,000 gold, 4,500 silver, 8,000 copper. I don't even know when or why we have all of these. And it's like, you know, if we were doing something like where you had to keep track of the weight, that's cool to an extent. It's like, yeah, I'm okay with that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, you can't just have 5,000 gold in your pocket if you don't have, you know, a bag of holding, which we do, but still, before we did.
Yeah, but ultimately, like I'm somebody who always wants to have fun, right? And that's not fun. Like, let me give my gold, and exactly. Like, don't get fucking mechanics in my way.
Exactly, and that's the thing that I would always do, because it's like, you know, I mean, when we were running pirates, it's just like, you know, there was so much stuff where it's like I had to start giving the guys so much gold where it's like, I have to give you stuff that makes stuff matter, or else, you know, it just doesn't. And it's like, you know, otherwise it's like, oh, here's 100 gold, and it's like, so what am I gonna do with 100 gold? And it's funny because I say that, and then we're here, and it's like, I still have yet to get any sort of weapon. Like, when this guy charged at us with no head, and I'm like, he's swinging, I'm sorry, a what? A silver weapon?
Right.
That's bigger than me. Never mind. Who gives a shit? Let's just kill this bitch and get on with it. Fucking Christ. Oh my god. I can't even
I
get
mean,
a
we
silvered
can.
weapon in this
Right.
stupid
I mean,
game.
can can obviously keep it,
Right.
and it's worth money, but
Right.
but
But
yeah.
it's like,
I mean, ultimately, we make
can't
enough
swing that.
fucking gold, and you can have whatever you want commissioned. Like, you don't
Right.
have to find it. Like, you can decide, I'm gonna have a fucking silver weapon. It's gonna be enchanted with, dot dot dot. It's gonna have 3 fucking enchantments. Like,
Mhm.
whatever the fuck you want. Like, if we have enough money, we can pay for it. I would
Right.
definitely revamp this Avern stuff.
And that's some of the stuff where it's like, when playing in Tom's game, it's something where you
Yeah.
play and it's like a
He's always
plus
been a
one.
rules lawyer. He's always been a rules lawyer.
But it's funny because, like, honestly, TJ and I are more rules lawyer than he is. But,
Really?
yeah.
I mean,
But
because that used to occupy the majority of our games. We used to play for a weekend. So we would grab a hotel room someplace or an Airbnb, and we would hunker down. We get there Friday night, and we
Yep.
would literally play Friday, Saturday to Sunday.
Yep.
Eating, drinking, and fucking playing D&D.
Yep.
And it honestly, out of all of us, Tom would occupy the most time lawyering the rules. And we were like, bro, we only have 3 fucking days, a quarter, like, to
Well,
be
it's
here
funny
and
because,
play.
like,
And you're gonna sit there and combat.
there's certain times where, like, TJ and I, because, like, when TJ says a rule, I go, yep, that's what it is.
Mhm.
And because I know that he and I are on the same page with stuff, because we've talked about stuff, like, back and forth on things, and it's like, okay, yeah. Because, again, like you're saying, it's like, we don't want to get bogged down by the
Yeah,
rules.
we want to fucking
And
play.
and there's certain things where it's like, actually, no, this is how this thing works in
Yeah.
particular. And there's so many,
Like that the shit that happened with TJ before, not too long ago, when TJ was like, I'm gonna shoot him when I see him, or something along those
oh my
lines.
god,
And yeah, I
opportunity
know.
attacks and the
Right.
like
Like,
held
when I
actions.
see him, I'm gonna shoot him. Oh, well, you
It's
can't see everything. You can't know everything.
yeah,
Well, what about, you don't know where he is. You can't know everything. And I'm like, that's not what TJ's saying. He's gonna shoot him when he sees him.
right.
And that's what it eventually came down to. But Tom argued that for however fucking long, because in that, to me, that's an
I
ego
doubt
thing. Like,
we
you
yeah,
don't want this
absolutely.
character that is clutch for you for whatever reason to, like, be detrimental to our party in some sort of way. You don't want him to be taken down that easily. Like,
Right.
if he's
And
taken down that easily, it
that's one of those
is you
things,
make your
like I
next
was
guy
saying,
stronger.
worst case scenario, fine. Let him attack, let him have
Yep.
his attack, and just don't take the
Exactly.
fucking health off. Who gives a shit?
Right.
No one's counting it.
Or,
Like,
okay,
if you need
as
to
the
do that,
DM,
if you
right,
have to do that,
right,
then
right,
just do
and
that.
exactly.
But, like, because there was a time where, like, we in the game right before this, that TJ and I were playing with him, where he was running and TJ and I both had 2 characters, and I was setting to hold an action to cast a fireball, and it was like in 2 directions, so it was like this way or this way, and there was like an island in the middle, and it's like, okay, so he's like, all right, so which way are you doing it? And it's like, what are you talking about? Because, like, when my action comes up, I don't go, I go up, and because I'm facing this direction, it's
Right.
like, because, and
It's going to be that way.
The worst part is, it's like, I could absolutely have done this stuff to him in the pirate game to be a bitch, to be like, do you see it? Do you get it now? Do you
No,
feel it? Is it?
he doesn't.
Is it
He wouldn't.
clicking? Is it? No? Fuck. So I'm just killing my game for the
Exactly.
sake of you to not get
Exactly.
it. Shit.
Mhm.
What the
Mhm.
fuck? 'Cause
Now
it's-
this doubly sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, okay, so never mind. Fuck. Just fucking go. It's like, but it's so frustrating where it's like, dude, how are you not getting this? How the fucking what are you talking about? Shut up. No,
Yeah.
we're moving on. Go, get out of the way.
Yeah.
Because it's just something where it's like, what are you talking about? Where are you pulling these things out of your ass? It's just like, no, in first and second and third and fourth edition, they all ran like this. And it's like, dude, bitch, I played fourth edition. No, it didn't. That's not how it happened. What are you talking about? I would hold my entire turn, not action, turn. Don't fucking step up like you know. You don't know shit about 4th edition, bitch. I'll slap you down. Don't even. What are you talking? Where is the information that's coming out of your face coming from?
Exactly.
It's not coming from actual knowledge. It's just coming. It's coming from downstairs, right up your ass, and coming up out of your face.
Right. Exactly.
It's not coming from your brain with any actual knowledge there.
Exactly. It's coming out of what your fantasy is right now, what you wish things were. Yeah.
Right.
So.
But only as the DM when you're DMing right now.
Exactly. Because if he was playing, he would be arguing on the opposite side of that, which is literally what I've seen.
Is where, like, I think in that same, like, there's been so many times where, like, TJ and I will say something and we'll try and do something, and then it's just like, well, no, because this, that, well, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, fucking whatever. I'm kind of just, all right, I'm gonna zonk out for the night sort of thing. Sort of sessions. And then, like, Chris or Mike will be like, this and this, and it's just like, wait, that's just not a problem now? Like, literally 6 minutes ago, in real life time, I tried to do that, and now Chris does it with no fucking problem. And and Tom's just like, oh, and you can do this. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? What is happening with life right now? Because there is literally no way that just happened. Where I tried to do something, and it's like, no, because of this. And then Chris goes, can I do it though? And he's like, yeah, obviously. What? And you get advantage with it. And it's like,
yep, exactly. Because you're not threatening my NPCs or my monsters at this point.
Something.
You're not fucking up my game. Whereas when you were doing it,
like, what is going on? What is going on? What is reality? It's just like, what the fuck? And that's where it's just like, with running the Pirates game, it's just like, I can't have any of this stuff. I made these guys overpowered, and it's just like, there were times where it's like, hey, instead of doing bullshit, I'm gonna throw shit at you guys. It's gonna be awful, but it's not gonna be bullshit. It's just like, you walked into this room, there's 20 fucking guys. You start tearing through them. You guys are feeling like heroes. I mean, they're evil, but, whatever evil heroes you want to feel like. It's just like, but all of a sudden people start to get hit, and it's just like, guys, this kind of sucks, but no one ever felt like this is unfair. It's more like, this sucks. This is awful. It's like, well, yeah, there's a lot of these guys, but you guys knew this when you walked in. Remember when you walked in and you saw 20 guys here? And it's like, that's what was here. It's like, what are you to do? And it's just like, you walked in and tried to fight. And it's like, and there's been times where it's just like, bullshit has happened for them, and it's just like, dude, that's awesome. Like, there was one of the times where, honestly, it probably could have killed all of them if the sorcerer didn't the wild magic sorcerer who had already rolled for wild magic, and he turned into a giant ape. Like I think the session before, and then he turned into a giant ape again. And it's just like, that is fucking awesome. Rather than just like, oh, hey, you cast Firebolt on yourself. It's just like, well, that one would have sucked. I mean, everything around you would be hurting, but, that also would have sucked on you. But, like, the fact that he did that, and then he almost got taken out even as the giant ape. It's just
wow.
yeah, it was a ridiculous fight. Because it was something where it's like I was having these guys, they were like zombie sort of things that were like just coming forward, but then when they died, they would explode. And so when he turned into an ape, like he would take them and like he was fucking launching these things because he's like, fuck this. But it was just like, this fight sucks. But it was more of just a challenge rather than
Right, exactly. It's a challenge.
Kevin's an asshole for this.
Right.
It's just like,
exactly.
hey.
Exactly.
It's just like, this
Like you can have a
sucks.
challenging
almost
fight.
died.
You don't have to
Right.
rules lawyer everything or like try to
No,
you get
can't-
one
you
roll.
Can't throw them because they
Right.
they hold
Right,
on.
exactly.
No, they're driven into the ground. It's like, what? What are you
Right,
talking
right.
about?
You
It's
you
just
can only
like,
throw
"Oh,
them
fuck,
5
throw 'em.
feet in front
I
of you
don't give
and
a
you still
shit."
get hit by them.
Yeah, they're still here and they still explode. It's like, fine, fucking throw them. I've got 30 of these fucking guys. So
I mean, that's kind of like, when me and Jux's last character, Chris's last character died. It's like we got one roll and then we were permadead.
right.
Like if we didn't make this roll and it was like the ace the DC was something like 25 or whatever,
Right.
like almost impossible.
Right.
I don't even know if it was possible, but the DC was like 25 and then that's it, you're permadead. Like
Right.
you don't get a second roll, you don't get a chance, like you don't you don't have the time to think about your poor choices in life, like nothing. Like you just fucking dead. You dead forever, honey. Sorry.
Yeah. So
It's
like
like
there's some stuff where it's like, I ran that game that I was running, but it's like it was something that I was putting all together. But it's something where I'm curious to play something where I say play to run something that is already pre-made, because it's like there's certain things where it's like, yeah, there's some stuff where it's just like, yeah, there's just bad stuff that happens, but also there's stuff where it's like, I mean, I'm okay with killing characters, but I also don't want to just be like, ha ha ha, you rolled poor once, dead.
Right.
It's just
right.
like, okay.
Yeah.
Got 'em, I guess. What the fuck?
I don't like doing that necessarily, but as I said, I when I am DMing, when I'm in that position, I am often DMing for kids. And so like I don't want to kill kids. Like that could be traumatizing. It's fucked up. I get
what
that
a brave statement that is. I don't want to kill kids. How
Right.
brave you are to say that.
Unless they're little fucking assholes. No, just kidding.
So you do want to kill kids. Okay.
So like, and I feel like there can always be other consequences besides just death. Like there can always be, and with different consequences, that's when I like challenges where somebody needs to be a little bit more creative, right? So with different consequences, they have to use their creativity in a different sort of way. And they, okay, they have this challenge or that challenge now that they didn't have before. Like how can we, like what things could help us, surmount this particular challenge? Like how can we get through this, whatnot? Like, inspires even, teamwork and team building. Then they realize that even with this challenge or disability or whatnot, They've been able to grow stronger. They are able to also with kids. I like to allow them more time and opportunity to really like use their characters and develop their characters. I don't want them having to like learn how to play a new character,
Mm-hmm.
every time they do something stupid. And children are notorious
Right.
for doing stupid things. I mean, look at us adults, and what we
Right.
fucking do.
I was gonna say it's
So,
just like, and it doesn't stop there.
right. And like, I
Like
don't,
I think a good example of that is tonight's thing where it's like you lost an eye, but you got something. It's
right.
a weird
Exactly.
kind of,
Exactly. Right.
buff,
And
quote
so like
unquote,
now
for
I'm
it,
going
but
to
it's
play. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw have you ever seen the show The Magicians or Magicians?
no, that was a
That's the name.
sci-fi show or something, right? Or was that
I
like
think it
TNT
was
or one of
no, I think it
those?
was a sci-fi show. I think it was a
No,
sci-fi show. It's on
like
Net. Do you have Netflix?
I'm aware of it. Yes.
Okay. Well, you might want to check it out. But anyway, one of the main characters loses her eye. And she ends up getting a glass eye that was given to her by fairies. And this eye has true sight, essentially.
Yeah.
So, like, as soon as Tom was like, all right, I have this eyeball of true sight that I can't let go of, like, my first thing is like, and I'm missing an eyeball. Well, guess what? This motherfucking true sight eyeball is going to make its way into my skull for sure. Like, I don't
Yeah.
care how long I have to hold this, but that's
Right.
my short term. That's my short term goal now at this point is to replace my eyeball with a true sight eyeball. If you're telling me that a that a restoration, a greater restoration spell isn't even going to bring my eyeball back, which is kind of bullshit. But okay,
Yeah.
whatever. I'll give it to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. It's like
Like, we're
okay.
going to adapt this.
So
Like,
so
I'm
there's
always
some
looking for a workaround.
like I'm curious, like, because he kept saying that's like you have to hold it, because like that's the sort of thing where it's just like that seems really cool to do, where it's like, excuse me, you create an issue that can be solved that creates an even better thing, where it's like,
Right. Exactly. A challenge. You have to figure this out. Like, it's a puzzle.
yeah.
And I'm all about that. So I'm already thinking like, okay, yeah, bow and arrow is out because that's a two-handed weapon. So then I'm going to be and now, I mean, if I go into my animal form, everything that I'm holding goes into my form. So as far as I'm concerned, I would still be holding that eye. And so in my animal form, I should still have true sight, but I would guarantee that Tom would lawyer that
Yeah.
and be like, oh, no, it's not in your hand, but it is in my hand because all of my stuff is literally on me when I change into form and it stays where it is magically. Like, that's the whole fantasy aspect of it. But he would
Right.
lawyer that.
Yes.
So I just know that. And yeah, so like it's just going to give me something to navigate and then eventually if I could navigate it properly, successfully, I should say. If I can navigate it successfully, then I get an implanted eyeball of true sight, which is cool.
Right.
And that is like how I like to play with the kids. It's like, all right, well, there's this new nifty challenge. Let's see what we can do with this, But
Yeah, I mean that's the stuff that's like, dude, that's what makes D&D so fucking
fun.
awesome.
Exactly.
It's just
Exactly.
like
it is a sandbox.
right. It actually is. I mean that's one of the things, like, I would watch this guy Matt Colville on YouTube, and like he has this series on, like, I don't even remember what it's called anymore, but it's like, how to DM sort of thing, and he would have different episodes on like just different things. Like he would have stuff on like politics and like not necessarily like all the different things, but like he runs heavy politic games where it's like you get into a city and there's this faction, that faction, whatever. And like he was saying how it's like one of his players was like, I feel like I was dropped into Game of Thrones without without any sort of guidance or anything like that, and it's just like, Well, yeah, that's what could happen if you walk into a city that is very
Right.
political and very
And that you have no knowledge of.
right. It's just like you just fucking walked in here. Do you think you're gonna get a? It's not Disney. You're not gonna get just a. Oh, here's the map, and here's where
Right.
you should go if you want to go to Star Wars, and here's where you should go if you want to go to the Rogues section. It's just like no. You walk there and then you just go like, hey, this isn't like the better part of town. All of a sudden, it's just like, and yeah, whatever. That can happen, but it's like, oh no, it's not like other places where it's like you're in D&D where it's like, oh, this is just the cheaper part of town. It's like, no. There's this going on and this conspiracy or this, that, the other thing. It's just like, oh,
Exactly.
okay. It's like, and you know, if you're running that sort of game, that's awesome. I'd love to play in one of his games. Not that I'd be able to because he's got, you know, he's one of those famous people who is just like,
Yeah.
shit. But it's like, you know, those sorts of games where it's like, oh, that would be so cool just to deal with like all that sort of diplomacy and, you know, factions and this, that, the other thing. Where
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
did the same thing. I just did it on a high school level. Right?
Yeah.
So, because high school could be fucking cutthroat, and
Mhm.
you don't know who's friends with who. You don't know, like, you know, this person is actually a drug dealer, and they're like selling all the drugs to the cheerleading, cheerleader team, like so they like pass competition. They're all like taking fucking meth or whatever. Like, I mean,
Yep.
I like it. Like it wasn't necessarily. It was they had magical powers for sure. There was a fantasy aspect, but then there was
Right.
also a legitimate aspect, and like you had to figure out, you know, you didn't know who was necessarily somebody who would be on your side or have your back. You know,
Right.
there were, you know, different NPCs or player characters that would, you know, snitch other people out if they would get information, or they were doing some spy bullshit, or they were, you know, or they were into, crime and nefarious things, and
Yep.
they were trying to manipulate, who became class president or who became, prom king or whatnot. So, it
Now,
was like,
were you here for the time when we got oh, what place were we in? Was it the Honeytown place? No, I'm pretty sure you were here for when we were where they were like voting for mayor, the like new leader or whatever of the town.
that sounds familiar. Give me more.
Okay, so there was it the Honeytown place? Was it like Honeymead or something like that? So
Yeah,
there,
I remember that town.
I don't know if that was the right town. But there was a town where we were. I know because there's so many things where Tom's like, yeah, it's like, and then you did this, and it's like, dude, I don't remember any of this. What are you talking about? Did that happen in this game? It's like, and then he would say something eventually that's just like, oh, yeah, we did play that in this game. It's like, yeah, obviously we did. He wasn't making shit up. So, like, I mean, that was one thing that like TJ. So TJ in Curse of Strahd, there was one thing that there were a couple things that happened where like he's like, yeah, he kept showing things where it's like there were gravestones with like our names on them, and they were like, and then like other times where it's like it would be like skulls and whatever. And so like TJ was like, yeah, I just like went up one time and like picked up one of the skulls and was just like whatever, and just like put it on my head because it's just like it happened so many times at that point. And I'm like, that's funny that you say it happened so many times because I remember literally 0 of them. So it's interesting that you say that. So, but one of the times when we were in one of the different towns, they had an
election.
An election for like mayor or something, their new leader or whatever it is. And there was one guy who we were like backing, and then there was like another guy who was like kind of shady, and then there was like something happened and there was like a blowgun, and we had to we made this check and this check and this check and this check and this check, and we found like a blowgun on the guy who was like running for mayor, and there were people like running out of the building, and we like ran them down and like tackled some of them and like got some of them and whatever. And then we found like a blowgun on the dude who was running for mayor, and like literally the one that we didn't make was at the end, where it was just like, what's going on with that? And it's just like, oh, they must have like snuck it onto me. And it's like, fuck. And we didn't do like a high enough insight check, and there was only like one of us who got to make the insight check. And it's just like, that's like a reasonable explanation, like you could see that happening. But it was like, how many fucking checks do we need to make before there's like anything moving towards our direction?
Right.
And it's just like, we made we captured these guys. We like paralyzed like 2 of them. I like tackled one of them or something. Like we brought like 2 of them back, had them in custody, and like we were absolutely sure that like they were hired by these guys. And this was like before we went to the like Citadel or whatever it was. The
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the Citadel.
the dark elf, the dark dwarf, Citadel thing.
That was I don't remember the election, and I don't remember tackling that guy. When the fuck did I come in? You guys found
You
me.
were captured.
I was captured
with
in,
that was with the mammoth, right?
with the mammoth.
I thought, and I could be wrong, that like we went in, maybe was there a mammoth? Yeah, there was a mammoth. So it was a giant's place, like an ice giant. I'm jumping in real quick. See, here's the problem, is that try and go in here. So, alright, so there's Sunblight Citadel. Goodmead, Dugan's Hole, Bryn Shander, obviously, East Haven. I think Goodmead might be the place. Yeah, Goodmead is definitely the place with the bees and the honey and stuff. I don't know if
And the Goodmead, yeah, obviously Goodmead.
I think in between Goodmead
And Dugan's Hole doesn't even exist anymore.
No, it
right?
doesn't.
We just it just got cleared off the map.
Right, exactly. It's good.
And Lonelywood is where our tavern is.
Yes, and then I renamed that to Unlonelywood. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. And Caer Dineval, Caer Koenig, I feel like
we did happen to save those because we ran into that dragon thing. Was it at East Haven?
What came after Dugan's Hole? Because Dugan's Hole got hit first. I think we saved. Wasn't it Goodmead we went to next, and then East Haven?
The only one that is marked off as X'd out. I'll do this because I can kind of cheat a little bit.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, the only one X'd out is down here at Dugan's Hole. And
Hold
this is part of the stuff where it's like Tom's ability to
Oh, yeah. So it must have been East Haven. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh my God, Tom.
yeah, because he
Jesus
came from
Christ.
Sunblight.
Like,
So yeah, we must
his
have gone to
his
East Haven,
his
and
his
then Kier
ability.
Dinaval, Kier Koenig.
Excuse me, kitty. His ability to like actually take care of like the different stuff, like the stuff that you're seeing popping on the screen. If you're seeing these, it's just like, yeah, Tom, these are all things that you could have been showing us, rather than me having to come in as the fake GM. And I'm trying like I'm not like coming in to try like I don't want to like spoil stuff for myself, but fortunately
If you could
I
just lead, I wouldn't have to.
a little bit but I mean, and that's one of the things too where it's just like when I mean, and Tom would get so upset too when he was trying to run stuff in Roll20 um with the Curse of Strahd, and it was just like, dude, what is going on? Like, he would just get like bullshit because like he would accidentally move the entire map, and then he didn't know how to like fix stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like when I would do stuff, like I understand how the entire all of it works.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can just fix it. Like he doesn't he like over here, with the compass. Like there's just so much stuff. Like don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things where it's like saying like chapter 2, chapter 6, chapter 7. It's just like yeah. That would be spoilers if we weren't past this at this point. And it's just like, and also if Tom wasn't telling us. Like I would never tell you guys, oh, you're on the last chapter. I would just be like, hey, whatever.
Right,
Here
this is
we
what's
are.
happening. Right.
Right. Oh, and that was the end of the adventure. That's it. That's literally all of it. It's just like, oh, well, we didn't know that was it right now. Well, I mean, you'd obviously know when you fight Oral, which I assume
Right, exactly.
you fight Oral.
Mhm. Kill Oral. Now what?
Right. It's just like,
Congratulations.
oh,
Now what?
that was the adventure specifically. Okay, got it. But like there's like technological knowledge where it's like Tom doesn't have, and it's just like that's not something that I'm gonna hold against you, but also kind of a little bit.
Kind of a little bit. Hrothgar Goliath girlfriend.
Yes.
Did any of us tell? We have not told his girlfriend that Hrothgar is dead, have we?
Hrothgar was his name, right? Okay, so well, I mean, we don't. That's okay. So this is something that I have to tell you about that I guess happened. It happened. So, in Strahd, there was a character. There was I don't even remember what she was. She was a female character in Curse of Strahd that was like obsessed with TJ's character. TJ was a Goliath monk. And so she was like obsessed with his butt.
She was an NPC?
Yes.
Okay.
This was a character that Tom was running.
Okay.
And then there was one night, like right before we went to go against Strahd, she knocked on the door that Archon was, this TJ's character, was in the room. She knocked on his door, and Tom made him roll a check. Whatever check. Strength check or something. He rolled a 20.
Okay.
Tom also rolled a an opposing check, also a 20. He
Okay.
the NPC had a 1 higher than TJ's character. So she jumped on TJ's character after he rolled a 20, and she had her way with his character.
See, fucking Tom, man.
Right. Oh, exactly.
That shit happened in our game. Just some bullshit.
And it's just like, dude.
I mean, not that exact shit. I rolled
Right.
a 1. Tom rolled
But-
a 20. But still, consent fucking matters.
Right. It's just like, I mean,
Like, trigger warning, guys.
Not to diminish the fact that your character got raped, but
Right.
TJ's character got raped on a fucking 20.
20. Wow.
And
Wow.
also, it's interesting that every time that Tom's characters are trying to rape a character,
Yeah.
he happens to get a 20. It's
Yeah,
weird that
right?
he gets all his
Uh-huh.
20s on rape checks.
It's weird that he
it's
even
weird.
wants to make those rolls.
Right.
Like, yeah,
don't get me wrong.
I decide I'm
If
going to
you-
rape them. And
Right.
It doesn't matter if they want
If-
me or not.
Right. Now, if we are going like, hey, I'm gonna try and take this character and rape them to try and like, hey, we're playing a fucking heavy game.
Right?
And this character is raping
Okay,
this
good.
character.
Right.
And they are trying to do that. And everyone's, like, hey, I'm okay with this if rape is happening. Okay, like, I get it. And it's something where it's just like, no, this is how bad this is. Okay.
Right.
That's
I think
not
those
what we
I think
were
those
doing.
boundaries should be discussed beforehand. Like, hey guys,
Yeah,
rape
like-
might be actually happening here.
Right. But here's the problem with rape in D&D. So many people use it as a fucking fantasy thing. And it's just like,
Yeah.
okay, look. There's stuff, there's people with things. There's look.
I mean, if everybody's down
It's
for
one
that
of
kind
those
of game,
memes.
that's
Right.
fine. Like that's what
There's these
that's a
memes.
conversation that needs to
I've
happen.
seen enough
beforehand.
hentai to know where this is
Right.
going. All right.
Right.
So, okay. We've seen stuff. However,
Yeah.
when people are saying stuff where it's just like, hey, this is my character, this is what I am in charge of only,
Right.
and I am in charge of, the rest of the fucking world,
Right.
and I get to do this, and it's just like, dude.
Yeah. Abusive power much?
Much.
Yeah. Yeah,
Much
exactly. It's
Abusive
like some-
power, much.
Right. I mean, it's
And-
just
and-
some lines you
that's-
don't.
And that's where it's
Without
frustrating,
consent.
where it's like, you and I have this stuff where, like, TJ and I had this stuff where we had these different cool goals where we were gonna take, his guy and figure out what was going on with his barbarian, not his barbarian, his Goliath and the
Goliath.
monk and the tribes and stuff like that, and try and rebuild that. And I was gonna try and do the same, I was going to try and help him with my character. But by the end of Strahd, it was just like, oh my god, I don't want characters to be raped. So
Right.
I'm out.
I'm out. I'm done.
Whatever.
My character's tired.
And like on it, it's funny because TJ and I will talk a lot where it's like we'll compare the two, and it's like Tom has gotten as much as like you almost wouldn't imagine it. Tom has gotten so much better for this game, and yet
Oh yeah.
there's so many times where it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? Why is this? What do you do? Whoa, my god. It's just like, what is
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah. Yeah, I
it's-
mean, for sure, I definitely see that there's definitely improvement and growth because when he was DMing games, we're talking 10 years ago, when he's DMing games, it was just like, this is your fantasy town. That's what we're playing right now. We're just characters in your fucking fantasy. Okay.
Right.
Like, cool.
Right.
At least I know that now.
and it was, I was actually thinking recently, it's just like, what, like, I don't know who's still gonna be able to do Thursdays and stuff like that, because I was doing Saturday games, but then TJ took over, because I mean, I started working, excuse me, and I've been kind of swamped trying to catch up with stuff at my new job. It's nothing terrible, but it's just like, it's just so fucking much. Like, I'm hoping eventually I'm gonna be able to just be like, all right, now I'm good. I can just relax and fucking whatever. But I'm not there yet. But like, if this is in its final chapter, what's going on soon? You know, is everyone still going to be able to play? Are people still interested? Is, you know, this, that, the other thing? What's the thought process going forward? So it's like, is every, you know, who's going to be able to play? Is someone going to think of running something? Cuz I mean, I wouldn't mind running some stuff. It might be something where it's just like, maybe it's, I mean, the pirate game that I was running on Saturday was a one shot that lasted, at this point, you know, 2 years. And now it's just taking a pause, and then we'll catch up again at some point. But it's like, yeah, that's a really long one shot. But it's like, you know, if we're continuing to run, I'm fine with that. You know, if we're, but it's just something where it's like, are we still gonna do stuff? Can we do like the stuff that you and I were talking about at the beginning of this, with all of, you know, Harvest's different stuff, and all of her background stuff? Or is it gonna be something where it's like, just fizzles out, and it's like, oh, that had so much potential. Anyway, moving
Yeah.
on.
I no right. I assumed this campaign essentially was to get us to level 9 or level 10. That's what this campaign was for. I also assumed that Tom was still going to be able to run Thursday nights. And so I assumed that as long as these characters are alive, we'll be able to continue playing these characters. If like Chris can't play because of his new work schedule or whatever, we leave
Yep.
his ass at the tavern and he fucking runs the tavern for us.
Yeah.
And yeah, I assume, because I've told Tom multiple times, like Tom has reached out and asked me, like, what do I see happening with my character moving forward and whatnot. I've told Tom that, like, I want to find out who's hunting my bloodline. I want to find out what my bloodline is, what the history is there, what my power is, how to tap into my potential, what
Yeah.
really happened with my mother, all at the same time, where I'm trying to preserve the wildlands and I am putting an end to animal slave trade, human trafficking, animal trafficking. Having you as an ally, I didn't, but when I obviously was answering Tom, I didn't know that you would be interested in what was going on with me, or interested in, aligning up beyond this oral situation. But having you as an ally just makes it even more able to be expanded and
Yeah.
growth and elongate that character arc essentially.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason um, why not? Why we wouldn't be able to continue to play, as long as, like, even honestly, like, it's if Chris can't play or if Mike is in and out, as long as Tom can
Yeah.
DM, like, me and you could still go on this adventure.
Yeah.
And now that TJ's back in, he had to take a little hiatus, but he's back in, and as long as he's around, then cool,
Yeah.
and we just do what we got to do, because we could definitely run a campaign with two of us and some NPCs, especially if we just have a couple tribe members going places with us too.
Right.
So
Yeah, I think it might be something where it's just like, you know, we might have to establish.
But I definitely made it clear to Tom that that's what I was looking to do long term, like past this campaign.
All right, cool. Well, to be fair, that's also what we were doing with
Yeah. So right.
with
It's
Strahd and
it's
everything.
it's
So
it's still the wild card we have to deal with Tom.
right.
So
I mean, shit. I'm just looking at this map. All I'm seeing is just there's. Okay, so there's 2 squares right here of Lonely Wood and Tourmaline, and it's just like, dude, just all you have to do. Like, I'll show you where Lonely Wood is. Like this is how easy it can be. Instead of, you know, we think it's all the way up over here on the other side,
yeah.
you know, and just all these things.
So this
And it's
information was
fun.
in the map already. They didn't need to be like
No.
handwritten.
And here's the worst part. Ready? Hold on. This
Oh
is
God.
Tom trying to mark it. Bang. Bang. But you know what he did? He put those in the fucking GM layer. Those 2 fucking red squares. So it didn't do
So we didn't
shit
see it
the
anyway.
whole time. So
Yeah.
it's like, God damn it, Tom. God, how old are you? 700 years old and he doesn't know how to use a goddamn computer. Like, what
To be
once
fair, I still haven't gone through the Roll20 tutorial.
Hey,
So
that's fine.
I just
But
legitimately haven't had time.
But if you start to go in and you start to run stuff and it's anything like this and it's anything where it's like, if you have any questions, I can break down. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've been here for stuff where I'm like, okay,
Yes.
so
Do this,
because
do
of
this,
what
do
you're
that.
doing, I can tell what you're trying to do. You have to do this, this, and this. And then it's just like, oh, okay, yep, I got it. All right. And it's just like, see, I mean, you can see right here. Right here. There should be something. And you know what that is? That's fucking the biggest town in the goddamn place. That's fucking Bryn Shander right there.
That's Bridgender.
And it's just like, yeah, all of these places that like
Oh,
seem to
nice.
have a place where you go
Yeah.
to. And it's just like, yeah,
Ooh.
of course they have a place that you can go to. There's Targos. Jesus Christ, Tom. And the worst part is, it's like, it's almost like a grayish color. And like, I get that, like, why is it so frustrating that I have to do all of this to show everything, but at the same time, just learn it.
Yes.
So and so like here's an example. So like I'm gonna put this one out. It's down here. And see, nope. I'm gonna do it like this. So Cackling Chasm. It says chapter 2. But it says chapter 2, so it's like, fuck that, hidden. Got it. Understood why you would hide that. It's just like, all right.
But once we're beyond chapter 2, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Right.
So it's just like, but also everything else that doesn't matter, like East Haven and Caer Dineval and all of these things that you don't have to just have squares on, you can just, show us, because that's what it was there for. Instead of, I mean, that's what he was trying to do anyway with these squares.
Right. Right, just show us.
Right.
Just give us the opportunity to see it.
You just have to learn of what's going on. Dugan's Hole, not that it matters, but there's where it was. But that
That
being
was
said,
at least pretty close.
it's something where it's like I've got I've got a pretty thorough knowledge of Roll20 because I kind of dug into it a bit to get some different things, and I don't know. I think have you dealt with the what's it called? The vision stuff where it's like there are things that are like blocking vision. You must have, right?
What do you mean?
So
Like, what do you mean by dealt with?
just in terms of like, have you had that happen in this campaign where
In
it's
this
like,
campaign, yes, I'm in an area and it is blacking out because there's like a pillar in front of me,
okay,
or
yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay.
like he does that, and it's just like, all right, cool. It's like he got that pretty decently. Um, so it's like there's at
I
least
hate that. I absolutely.
yeah.
This is my first online game, so this is my
So
first time using any of
here's the
the.
only problem with it is that when we move away from it,
You don't see it
I
anymore.
right.
Yeah,
You can have
I
it
find that
so
aggravating.
that yes, you can have it so that it saves where you were and what you saw,
Oh,
but
that'd be much
if
better.
s- if like a character or a creature walks into there, you can't see that. That's new
Mm.
information. But you know, like if you walk through an alley and there's buildings around, you did walk through that alley. You did see those buildings. You know what the layout was. You know, because yeah, now that I'm saying that, it's just like the whole hunger fucking caves or whatever that we just went through. It's like that was
Yeah.
something where it's like that was all something that's like not like yes, we wouldn't have been able to see all of that, but once we did see it, we saw it. So like we know what was right there.
Right. Like that was the other thing. Like that was another area where he was rules lawyering and he was trying to make things more difficult than they needed to be. Whereas like literally like moments ago, my character had a psychic link with an eyeball and found the city. So absolutely knowing what direction, where I'm making lefts and rights and where
So
I'm going down, what tunnels I'm going down. But because the player, me, myself, and I, it had been 3 weeks, he's gonna make it like, oh well, you don't really remember. It's like literally, it didn't even take us an hour to get down to this place. Like we
also
went down a bunch of ice slides. Like we were doing
I
it
do
really
have
quick.
to I have to yeah, I mean, you keep saying rules lawyer and I have to say bullshit. He's not rules lawyering on that. That is not rules. That is just Tom.
Right,
That's not
exactly.
that
That's
is
bias.
not rules at
That's
all. Because
right. That's
honestly,
exactly.
there is a feat. I forget what it is, but it's like some sort of like detective thing where it's like you end up getting like you remember everything that happened in the last like month.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I almost got that just specifically to go, nope,
For
I
that reason.
fucking remember. Shut the fuck up and just tell me,
Mhm.
you little bitch. Just
It's
yeah,
the same feat that allows you to know what time it is.
I think
Um,
so. Yeah,
yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah,
yeah. It's something where it's just like, no,
Caleb
no.
had it on Critical Role.
I know. No. I know what it is. Okay, so why don't you just tell me? Okay, because we already fucking went through this. So
Right, exactly. It's like
let's
my
not screw
character,
around with
like it
this.
hasn't been that long. It's not like I've been
Right,
away from these tunnels for fucking months. Like it hasn't been
right,
that long. Like my character would know. Like, why are you trying to make this more challenging than it needs to be? Because the reason why is because you want us to run into some other bullshit.
right.
You want us to have to deal with some other challenge.
Exactly. And it's just
So
like, you know,
it's like let it happen organically.
right. And that's where it's just like, oh, come on, dude, come on. It's not alert, is it? No, alert allows you to. I remember it.
It's
I
something
can
like
see it.
smart or do you watch Critical Role?
No, it's
Oh,
funny because any sort of D&D like stuff I can't watch because I just find it so cringy.
really?
Like, yeah, like and it's funny because I I mean I don't know if you have like the different things set up where you can see like um, the pictures for the different characters, but now that I'm on here, so you've got, your character Harvest Moon, Seata, and Kevin O. Kevin O has a the character that I'm playing in TJ's game, which is just a character. It's literally just a character from Naruto that I
Mm-hmm.
have a circle on that's blue because I made him an air genasi, and I am doing the voice acting literally exactly the same as the English actor from Naruto for that character. And it's just like incredibly fun for me. I want to do voice acting. I have respect for people who do voice acting. When I tried watching Critical Role, I just went, nope, can't do it.
Oh,
Like it's like
what
I
season
am a
did you?
druid. I'm this of the earth, and It's like I can't. Nope, 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 nope.
What campaign were you watching?
I've tried. I don't even remember.
The
There
first
were like
campaign was when
two
they first
two
started.
different ones. Like I can't make it through like the first episode before I'm just like, nope, it's
Really?
too much. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I definitely like their budget, and like when they first started streaming, those were hard to get through. I started watching in the beginning when they first started.
Yeah.
That was just because of their production value was pretty pathetic. Um, but their season two, their production value had gone up tremendously. The one person in season one who played the druid in season one, she's probably the most annoying player character that they have.
Okay.
And she continues to be annoying in season two. She's just a challenging person to watch play.
Okay.
Um, she is not a voice actor, but the rest of
Okay.
them are voice actors. Um, and so she's just kind of the most. She's cringy. She's annoying.
Okay.
Um, but I would say season two, absolutely. The characters are the most endearing. It's the shortest season. It's the shortest campaign that they ran, and and the audio and production value is pretty good. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I would at least if you ever feel so inclined to give it another shot, just don't bother with season three, don't bother with campaign one, just watch campaign two.
Okay. All right. Well, now knowing that, I'll definitely have to give it another shot, because it's something where it's like, yeah, there were things where like it's frustrating, like listening to different people try and play. Like it just feels like they're trying so hard, and it's like, yeah, no, like no, don't get me wrong. I know you have to explain it to people who might not know, but I get what a barbarian is. Like, I get it. Like, it shouldn't be something where it's like, if I if I play if I play a video game, it's like, yeah, no, we all know what a fighter is. We get it. But when it's just like, when it starts reading the stuff, it's not like, oh my god, I can't believe it. But when they were doing it, it's just like, oh my god, yeah, no, I got it. I get it. Get out of here. So and
Well,
again,
also
like you
the
said, maybe it was just specifically the druid one, because that's really the one that comes to mind. Where it's
right,
just like,
yeah, she was fucking annoying. Yeah, and she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. She's probably the worst player. And also in campaign two, there is a character who is a barbarian, and she is your race that you're playing now. I can't remember for the life of me what the name of it is again,
Paladin?
for whatever reason. A what?
Paladin?
No, your race.
Oh, my race. Asmar. Asmar?
Yeah, ASMR. Exactly. So
Keen mind.
she keen mind, that's it.
Yep.
So she plays an ASMR barbarian, and she also kind of struggles. So those two, but she's super sweet. She's a super sweet, lovable person.
Yeah.
Um, and
that's
so not as annoying to watch by any means.
so
Um,
they're like, so we have like one of the people that was in my campaign, now it's, TJ's campaign, that he is one of the best players that we have. He has no fucking idea what he's doing at any moment at all. Like, we had to create his character for this new campaign. Um, and I think he's just a fighter in my campaign, and we created a character for him and just a rogue, and it was like, one of the people was just like, I don't trust him as a spellcaster, and it's just like, yeah, he could do that. It's like, no, I don't trust Brian as a spellcaster, and it's like, oh my god, I didn't even consider that. Yes,
yeah,
that's an excellent point. However,
exactly.
I fucking love him as a player. He comes up with some of the most ridiculous shit, and it's just like, you are so out of your mind. It is
Right, because he's not
unbelievable.
locked inside of a box.
Right,
Because he doesn't know, quote unquote, how to play. Because
right,
he hasn't been watching other people like, oh, when you're a paladin, you always have to play like this,
right,
right? And when you're a barbarian, you're always going to play like this. Well,
right,
like that's the whole beauty of 5e is that you're really not like you might be a barbarian, but you can have all of these different features, these different traits, these different nuances, these fears, these biases, these hatreds,
honestly,
these
I would argue that, like, some of the other editions have better options for that, and that 5e is kind of limiting on that. However, you can just do whatever, and
I can
especially
see
if you
that.
have a DM that allows it,
Right.
it definitely does it. Because, like, when I played 4th edition, the different things that you could build were fucking insane.
Right. That's true.
Whereas 5th edition,
For
I'm like,
Pathfinder.
oh, I want to. I can't really do that. Like,
But you can.
I'll
I
talk
mean,
to
maybe
I'll
not
talk to my
necessarily
DM on it.
mechanic. Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
Absolutely. Like, you can act
mechanically,
certain
like you have
ways.
access to like all the feats, right?
Oh yeah.
So,
Feats,
you
yes.
know,
Generally, there's very little that you're gonna be limited by. It's like there's only like a couple that's like, oh, you have to have wisdom of 13.
yeah,
It's like, okay.
exactly. Your prereqs.
Yeah.
It's I think like and storyline you can obviously do whatever you want provided you have a DM who's going to be like, yeah, cool, I like it, let's roll
Right.
with it, see what you
and
know.
and that's the big thing. Like, we ran a one shot for like 3 months with TJ, so a very very quick and concise one shot, um where I played a goblin monk, where we like uh, I ended up taking over the town, and like he had people come in to like meet with me so that we could like figure out like who are we gonna have for like an advisor for this thing, who are we gonna have for like a magical advisor, who are we gonna have for this thing, it was like he talked to me after and he's like, what did you think of that? And I was like, that was fucking awesome. And it's like, and that is kind of some of the stuff that I wish I could have had with Eleanor, my bard, which was
Hmm.
like the whole thing that I wanted to do with Tom's game, that just like kind of went to Strahd and just like, oh, no, we're not doing that at all. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we're just not even kind of doing that, even remotely. So it's just funny that I was like, I created this guy who was like, hey, I'm just a goblin, a shadow fucking monk goblin who like creates darkness and just creates chaos. I threw darkness on Tom or on something on myself and just was next to Tom so many times, and he was so pissed about it because he couldn't see anything because it was magical darkness, and he's just like,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just waiting here, and that's my turn because I can't fucking see anything. And I'm just like, oh well. And
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't even feel bad. It's just like there have been entire nights that you've ruined for us, Tom, rather than just a single turn.
Right.
I don't even feel a little bad. So it's just like, just little things like that. And then that was the one that turned into, hey, you're in charge of the town. What would you like to do? And like, would you like to start to go and like conquer and stuff like that? And it's like, how did this happen in this campaign? This is not what the plan was, even a little bit. So it's just like, the DM matters like so much.
Oh, huge. Huge. And that's the thing, like, well, within Critical Role is that their DM is
Right.
very much so like it's about the story and trusting his characters, his players to, just do what they want to do. And he rolls with it most of the time. It's like, all right, well, let's see what happens. Make a roll, and he has an in-depth understanding of the world of which they are living in. And so he can really they can really flush stuff out and ask all of those obscure questions, and he legitimately has the answers to them.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, the big thing is too is just being able to bullshit your way through, because
yeah,
creating your own world means that you have all of the answers, and if you don't have the answers, you still have the answer. Who's gonna question you? No, the god is named Krashon. It's just like, that is who they worship.
yeah,
It's like, who
exactly,
is that? It's just like,
right.
"What-
The
do you
god of
not you
so
don't know. You
make a
just
history
heard
check.
this name for the first time
Make a
right
religion check.
now. And it's just
Right.
like, even with a religion check, you don't even know. You'd have to search into it and try and find out who this is. And I'll get that to you next week, and you'll have forgotten. So who gives a shit? You'll have moved on. Moving on anyway.
Right.
It's funny because it's like, one of the guys we would play with, who it's like was so goofy when we played in the Tom's first game. It's like he now plays a different game with like other people, and it's like, okay, well, he's just off on on his own thing. It's like, all right, well, bye then. And so he's like, yeah, we'll screw with our DM and just ask him like this and this and this and this and this and this, all this stuff about this guy. And it's just like, that's cool, but like, if you asked me as a DM about this character, it's just like, you don't know. Why would you know the backstory of this innkeeper? It's just like, do you have any way of knowing about this guy? It's just like, I'm not unwilling to give you information. I'm not gonna withhold information and be like, go fuck yourself. But it's like, well, how would you know that? It's like, well, who was his first crush? It's like, how would you know? It's just like, do you have some sort of magic thing? Are you casting that magic thing? All right. So yeah, then his first crush was this chick from, 3 towns over. It's just like, he hasn't seen her in 15 years, whatever. I can come up with some bullshit, but it's like, I'm not just gonna give you all the information just because you asked. It's just like, there has to be a reason for that to happen. It's just, I mean, because it's like they're just, screwing with their DM, and it's like, oh, absolutely. Try and screw with me.
Right, exactly.
Don't forget.
Because ultimately, it's all
I
a
have
fucking
the power.
fantasy. Right.
It's like I can give you more or less than whatever. And it's just like there's so many times where I've had to put entire maps together as I've been bullshitting with the guys. Like I've put entire fights together and maps, and I'm like, fuck, I wasn't expecting them to go this way. And I've had to look in my files, find a map, put it on, create the map on Roll20. It's just like, and then start grabbing stuff and dragging it on while I'm doing the role playing, and then it's like move them over, and it's like it was like there's times where it's seamless, there's times where it's not as seamless, like Tom where he's just like, oh, sorry guys, I just want to. It's just like, dude, don't fucking apologize every time. Yeah, whatever, stuff happens. It's like just like when I used to do it, it's like when I was doing it in person, it was something where we would pause, bathroom break, go get snacks or whatever, because we would do it like we were doing it at a game store. That's where I actually met Mike. And it's like, yeah, everyone, take a bathroom break, walk around, go get snacks if you want to, whatever, as the DM draws the stuff on the map kind of close to what we're trying to get. And it's like, and that's what we were doing, as opposed to click, we're immediately in battle. And it's just like, no, it was like a 10-minute break. So, yeah, no worries. There's a reality to it.
Right, exactly. Need time, reorient,
Mm-hmm.
do what you gotta do.
I mean, you try and make it as seamless as possible, but like, if you don't have it, no worries.
Right, exactly. Figure it out.
We're here to hang out and shoot the shit anyway.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, it's a fucking fantasy. So
Right.
Guess what? We can just make shit up.
Exactly.
It's like, that's the whole beauty of it.
Yeah.
Like, there is no right or wrong.
And that's always the thing. It's just like, except it is wrong when you just rape a character.
Right, that is wrong.
Like,
if you didn't get consent from the player before, yeah,
I mean,
it's wrong.
Yeah, and it's like, look, if you're raping the character as like, hey, this character is being raped, like, this is bad. And it's just like,
right, exactly.
Okay, but also,
like, if it's part of the story, like, hey, like, you're gonna go through some trauma, like, this is gonna be like a player arc, like, you're gonna you're gonna do something, like you're just doing it for fun. You're just fucking doing it for fun.
Beforehand, it's just like, no. You're
like, I get that. You wanna work through some, like, shit. This is gonna be like a therapy session for you. You can get exact revenge on the people who wronged you. Okay, I'm down with that. But you're just doing it. You're just raping people for fucking sick fun.
Right. It's just like, okay, that's and it's just like, no, let's not do that. I have an idea. Let's not do that.
Right.
I have a quick suggestion, maybe, possibly, that we just don't do that. It's like, if we're going, I mean, if you're going like evil, all right, let's, we can go evil. We can do that sort of stuff. All things are on the table, that sort of stuff.
Exactly.
Fine. Fair. If everyone's on board and everything's, there, okay. You can't just pull out rape, Tom. You just, oh yeah, and then rape, and it's just like, no, Jesus Christ, holy fuck, no. What the fuck? No, that's not an okay thing. No. And it's like, well, it's not rape. It's just like,
oh yeah, it is.
I have a question. Yes, it is. Oh, I guess I didn't have a question. It was just a statement telling you that was rape. No, it was a guy. Oh God, you're one of those.
Right, exactly.
Fuck.
Yeah. Can't rape a guy.
And it's like, yeah. Okay, Tom. And it's like, do you watch Tucker Carlson? Fuck. So, but yeah, that being said, back to the original point. That would be cool to figure out some of the stuff with
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we can keep it going, and it'd be cool if we do.
And at least come to some sort of kind of semblance of where this leads with harvest and everything. And I think TJ is probably gonna be available at least. I don't know what Chris and Tom have with their schedule, but
I mean, Tom hasn't suggested that.
Chris and Mike, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know how Chris's schedule is doing thus far with him playing late and then having to get on the train in the morning.
Right.
And then,
Mike obviously wasn't here. So it's just like, stuff.
So,
and,
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to do a late night in
absolutely.
in the middle of the week. Everybody gotta go to work.
I should have been in bed at 8:30 tonight, but
right, exactly. That's my typical bedtime.
That's not my typical bedtime, and that's why it should have been tonight.
Right. Well, that is the time that I'm supposed to be in bed. That is not the time I am supposed to be sleeping. That is not the time that I typically get there. But that's the goal I set for myself.
Right. Yeah. I'm usually like every night it's been about midnight, and then it's just like I really can't keep doing this. And then the next night it's midnight. And then it's like Thursday, it's apparently Friday.
Right, exactly. We're at 1:45 in the morning right now.
Right. Which this happens, here and there. I've had these nights with so many different people where it's just like, and then we just keep talking, and then it's just like, all right, well, it's
that just
6 o'clock at night. Oh shit. Okay, well, it hasn't been a bad night. It's just been a long one.
It's gonna be a bad morning.
Yes, but the mornings end up being bad.
Yeah, the mornings would be bad regardless.
Right. It's like, if I had gone to bed at 11:30, I would have woken up, what is it, fucking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed or whatever. And it's just like, all right, what do you think? I'm a fucking furry? It's like,
hey, to each his own.
Absolutely. I don't.
As long as you're not going around raping people.
Well, that's what I would always say with my game. It's like, hey, no kink shaming, unless it's feet stuff, and then. But, all right, with that being said, let's try and get to bed before 2. That's such a cool goal. And then after this, we'll figure out the harvest. And
let's go kill a god, and then we'll figure out what our next steps are.
Yeah, let's take care of the minor details, and then deal with the cool shit.
Right.
So.
The long game.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
dude. Good night.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.